a.m. Sorry, 8:50 a.m. Sudhir Sharma, Angad Chima, and M. Dharma. We're now watching action on the first green. The group is consisting of Hani Basoya, Shravan Desai, and Rashid Khan. They teed off at 8:40 a.m. Shravan Desai from Ahmedabad gets ready to play his chip. And he set himself up beautifully for a up and down. Rashid Khan now reading his line. Hani Basoya to go first with his putt. Just misses out on that putt. Two-time Asian Tour winner Rashid Khan will be next. Rashid 2 just misses out. Taps in. Shravan 2 taps in. Okay, we are all set for the next tee off, the 9 a.m. tee off with Sunit Chaurasia, Karandeep Kochar and Viraj Madappa. Viraj is one of four players currently in tied second. I beg your pardon, he's tied sixth at the moment. Sunit Chaurasia to tee off first. He is the nephew of Indian golfing legend SSP Chaurasia. Chandigarh's Karandeep Kochar, the current PGTI Order of Merit leader, is next on the tee. He's a three-time winner. And he has the distinction of having won on the PGTI while still an amateur at age 17 back in 2016. With two titles this season, he leads the Order of Merit. Viraj Madappa on the tee. Doesn't seem too happy with that shot. Viraj is currently in tied sixth, three shots off the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a historic moment for Indian professional golf. This is the first time ever that a PGTI event is being covered live on television. The group we are seeing in action now consists of Sudhir Sharma, Angad Chima and M. Dharma. They teed off at 8:50 a.m. Angad makes a practice swing. He'll be chipping first. And a decent chip by Angad gives himself a chance to hold that putt. Sudhir Sharma reads the line of his putt now. The gentleman you see in those bright red pants is M. Dharma from Bengaluru. He's been a two-time winner on the PGTI. He'll be going last with his putt. Sudhir leaves that shot. Sudhir has had a tight second finish at an international event here on the Asian Tour back in 2017. So he has good memories at the Delhi Golf Club. He'd look to make the most of it. Now we have M. Dharma reading the line. This is the first green. Mind you, this is a new look Delhi Golf Club, newly renovated. The renovation carried out in 2019, so the greens have a different look altogether, as you can see that. So players adopting a different approach this time around, especially as far as their approach shots are concerned. And Dharma makes that putt. Panchkula's Angad Chima reading the line now. Angad won on the PGTI as a rookie back in 2013. He won an event in Sri Lanka. He's also won on the PGTI's feeder tour. He makes that putt, saves par. It's Sudhir now. Sudhir misses that putt. It's a 3 putt for him. He'll be disappointed with that. Not the best of starts. And now we are getting all set for the second last tee off, which will happen at 9:10 a.m. The group you're seeing currently is that of Chikarangappa. You just saw Chikarangappa stretching. He's second on the PGTI order of merit at the moment. He belongs to Bengaluru. There is Karthik Sharma in the background from the DLF Golf and Country Club, Gurugram. And we also have Manu Gandas in this group, who was the round 1 joint leader. He too belongs to the DLF Golf and Country Club, Gurugram. Karthik is currently tied 6th with a score of 6 under total, while Chikarangappa and Manu Gandas are tied 2nd. They are in a 4-way tie for 2nd place at 7 under. Karthik is one of those rare left-handers on the PGTI, going through his pre-shot routine. A rookie, he's playing his first season on the PGTI. He's already had a few top 10s this year and is enjoying his first season as a pro. Chikarangappa will be teeing off next. He won on the PGTI last month in September at the Panchkula Golf Club. That was his 14th professional title, 13th on the PGTI. He's been a 2-time winner on the Asian Development Tour. He's also an Asian Tour regular. Doesn't seem too happy with that Chika. He's one of those players who's very expressive on the course. Manu Gandas is teeing off next. Manu won his maiden professional title last month at Hyderabad, and he is currently 5th on the PGTI order of merit. He's had a fantastic season so far with 6 top 10s. So there goes the second last group, and now in about 10 minutes time we'll have the final group, the leader group, teeing off, which consists of the leader Khalin Joshi of Bengaluru, who's at 9 under, and Thangaraja of Sri Lanka at 7 under, and Veer Alawat of Gurugram at 7 under. As I said, the new look DGC is throwing up its own set of challenges for the players. The players have had to adapt and make those adjustments in their game. The first hole is a par 5. A par 5 means you are expected to hole out in 5 shots. We're now seeing the group of Karandeep Kocher, Sunit Chaurasia and Viraj Madappa on the first green. That was a par for Sunit Chaurasia. It will now be Karandeep Kocher who will be putting next, the PGTI Order of Merit leader. And he just misses out on that, misses out on a birdie. Viraj Madappa will be next. Viraj too misses out. Okay, we now move to the leader group, and it'll be Veer Elawat teeing off first. Veer has had two runner-up finishes in the last two PGTI events. He's been enjoying a hot streak. He's had some very low numbers and he's enjoying a great season. He's third on the PGTI order of merit. He's one of the longest hitters on the PGTI and he's also known to hit it straight. Okay, we now have the leader Khalin Joshi teeing off. And there goes the leader. Seems to be in a very positive frame of mind. He's looking around, doing the thumbs up. Khalin interestingly won the last men's professional event staged at the DGC back in 2018. So he has good memories from that event. We also had N. Thangaraja of Sri Lanka tee off in that group.
Good morning.
So the leader group is off. We are expecting a fascinating day of golf with many contenders in the fray. The gap at the top is 2 shots. Khalin Joshi currently leads by 2 shots at 9 under. He is looking for his 5th professional title. He's won 4 in the past. And challenging him are N. Thangaraja, who's a 2-time winner on the PGTI, Veer Elawat, who's won a solitary title on the PGTI, Manu Gandas, a winner last month, and Chikarangappa, a 14-time winner. So ladies and gentlemen, we are currently bringing you action from the first, but we'll also be getting you action from the 10th, the 18th and the 9th in the coming hours ahead. This tournament is a result of the support of sponsors Tata Steel, also the umbrella sponsor of the PGTI. It has been presented by the Delhi Golf Club and supported by Just in Time Sports Foundation. It's been named the PGTI MP Cup. MP stands for Member of Parliament. That is thanks to the support of our Honorable Member of Parliament Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, the MP from New Delhi. She is also the Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture. So that's the trio of Kartik Sharma, Manu Gandas, and Chikarangappa on the first green. Chikarangappa misses out on that birdie putt. Kartik Sharma reading his line. He has a very unique way of reading the line. His pre-shot routine always stands out.
शॉट से ग्रीन पे आ रहे हैं बहुत ज़्यादा वॉक दिखा रहे हैं
बहुत ज़्यादा
वॉक दिखा रहे हैं प्लेयर की वॉक जो है ना
बिकॉज अभी दूसरे कैमरास पे लोग आए नहीं
वही मैं बोल रही हूँ मतलब सर अभी कैमरा पूरे चालू हुए नहीं है
हाँ
इसलिए थोड़ा सा ग्राफिक कम है इसलिए दिखा रहे
अब धीरे धीरे ग्रुप्स वहाँ आने लग जाएंगे जहाँ बाकी कैमरास प्लेस हाँ
वो बता दिया था
हाँ कमेंट्री का बताया कुछ
हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ सर क्या कर रहे हैं
जो आ रहे हैं वो लोग देर ऑन द वे
सर्वेश मेरे को 14 का ऊपर का क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है?
So you're about to see Manu Gandas teeing off on the second. Manu is a man of few words, but he's extremely competitive on the golf course. He's also learnt martial arts as a kid, and he's artistically inclined also, as sketching is one of his hobbies. You're now watching Kartik Sharma teeing off. Kartik is currently the leader of the PGTI Emerging Player of the Year race, with the highest earnings among the rookies this season. And now, of course, we have Chikarangappa next on the tee. You can also see the leader group approaching the first green now. So the penultimate group just teed off from the second tee, and now you'll be watching the leader group in action on the first green. Manu Gandas has started off with a birdie on the first, so he goes to 8 under. He has closed the gap with the leader to just one shot now, while Chikarangappa had a par on the first. Kartik Sharma too made a par on the first. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our tour partners, Tata Steel, American Express, Incredible India, Fruitnik Electro Plus and Rolex, Golf Plus Monthly and Athletic Drive for all their support. It is the support of such sponsors which helps the tour grow and flourish and creates playing opportunities for our Indian professionals.
फाइव को टाइट करो सर्वेश, फाइव को टाइट करना यार, टी ऑफ पे
Veer Alawat in with a chance for birdie on the
यहाँ रखो
first.
पहले, यहाँ रखो पहले.
That was his eagle putt which he missed.
यहाँ पर जब भी हिट लगेगा ना यहाँ से थोड़ा फॉलो करना, अभी नहीं, अभी रोल नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं, अभी मैं वन को कंप्लीट कर रहा हूँ. ठीक है, चलो स्टैंड बाय फाइव, टेकिंग फाइव.
Okay, we are now getting visuals of the fifth tee, and the professional in action teeing off there is Divyanshu Bajaj from Kolkata.
आराम से इधर आओ ना, फ्लैग के कहाँ पे गई, आराम से, बस 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 बस.
So he's on the green. He and meanwhile on the first green we have the leader group once again.
वहाँ पे शिव कपूर is about to tee off on the fifth. Yeah. After this next one.
Next we have Zamal Hussain Molla on the fifth. Zamal is from Bangladesh. He is a two-time winner on the PGTI.
आराम से, स्लो, स्टे, ग्रीन पे ही रुको, हाँ आ गया, जाते हैं, गुड वन.
And he too finds the green. Both the players have their tasks cut out to make birdies on the fifth.
Stay one.
And back on the first, you just saw the leader Khalin Joshi make that putt.
Five.
लेटेस्ट स्कोर कैसे पता चलेगा मुझे? अपडेट हो रहा है ना मेरे पास, थोड़ा लेट हो रहा है, मुझे पता नहीं वो बर्डी किया है उसने या क्या किया, पार किया.
सात को छः में डालो.
Veer Alawat next on the green. Veer misses out. Taps in finally for a par. And that's the group with Shiv Kapoor, Divyanshu Bajaj and Mohammad Zamal Hussain Molla on the fifth green. Shiv, of course, one of India's leading players, playing at his home course. He's grown up playing here. He's a six-time international winner, a four-time winner on the Asian Tour, an Asian Games gold medalist and an Arjuna awardee.
हाँ कैम टू फ्री, कैम टू फ्री. अली 5 नंबर पे आ जाओ, ये 5 नंबर है, यहाँ पे 18 के बाद.
पुल आउट.
पुल आउट मैंने कहा, पुल आउट. कैम फाइव यू आर पैनिंग, वहीं से प्लेयर से कनेक्ट द प्लेयर यार. कैम फाइव कनेक्ट द प्लेयर. कैम फाइव,
Shiv is this side.
कैम फाइव, हाँ ये रखो बस. इधर से गए ना.
No, Shiv is playing from there. Yeah.
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा और पैन करना राइट पे. कैम फाइव, कैम फाइव, कैम फाइव, और थोड़ा पैन, एक और प्लेयर होगा पीछे. ये आया.
So Shiv just played his chip on the fifth, and he's well placed for a birdie now.
5 पे कौन है? सर्वेश तो इधर ही है. सर्वेश तो यहाँ है. अभी गए. अरे यार
7 क्यों बंद है?
ये हो गया खाली, ये
खाली हो गया।
अली यहाँ पहुंचा तो 5 पे। मनोज ध्यान रखो, ये आयरस थोड़ा सा डाउन करो अपना 5 का। बस 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 बस, ज्यादा नहीं। ये 6 का क्या हो रहा है? 6 का 6 तेरा क्या है? ये 5 पे है ना, तो ये क्यों ऐसे हो रहा है? ये कहाँ जंगल की तरफ उठ रहा है? कैंप 6 पे कौन है? कैंप 6 कैंप 6 नीचे फ्रेम तो दिखाओ यार, मेरे को पता लगे कहाँ पे हो। कैंप 6 मेरे को, हाँ ये है ना तुम्हारा। हाँ तो हवा में क्यों उड़ रहे हो? बस आयरस डाउन करो।
Divyanshu will be
इतना लूज
putting
नहीं
next.
जाना
He is
होता है
currently
यार,
tied
हाँ, थोड़ा सा
20th
बस 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 बस।
at 2 under. He had dropped
कैंप 6
a
थोड़ा सा
bogey
टाइट
on the
चलेगा, उसके
third.
बाद दूसरा शॉट है इसका, डोंट वरी। रोलिंग ऑन 6 आराम से, बस 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 6।
Divyanshu narrowly misses out. That would have got him back to level
14
par
नंबर
for
को
the
चालू
day.
कराओ, 14 नंबर दोनों से चार ही यहाँ पे। कैंप 6 सब ये बंदा बैठा है, इसके क्लोज यार, अपने नेचुरल उससे चले जाओ ना यार, फॉलो द गेम। मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ स्पोर्ट में, जस्ट फॉलो द गेम, आपको खुद शॉट मिल जाएंगे। हाँ स्टडी।
And now you are watching Zamal Hussain Mullah in action. Zamal is one of two players to have won on the PGTI while still an amateur. He achieved the feat back in 2009 at his home course, the Kurmitola Golf Club in Dhaka in Bangladesh. He has for long been one of Bangladesh's leading players, following in the footsteps of Siddiqur Rahman.
अब 6 इसका फॉलो कर लेना, आयरस थोड़ा डाउन करो 6 अपना, थोड़ा सा डाउन करो, बस बस। हाँ गुड, बस
Zamal leaves it just short, so he won't have a birdie either. Taps in for par
मेरे को 14 दे दो यार,
and stays at 3 under.
नंबर तो दे दो, ऊपर तो पहाड़ी वाला तो चालू करवाओ यार। इसके बाद वही है, ये खत्म तो कर हुआ है। यही मैंने कहा था, सीक्वेंस फॉलो करना, कंफ्यूजन मत करो। एक तो नंबरिंग साथ में रखे करो ना।
Shiv Kapoor has a good birdie opportunity here. Shiv won an international event right here at his home course, the DGC, back in 2017. That was one of his best seasons. He won 3 events on the Asian Tour that year. And that's a birdie for Shiv.
Stay there, भाई, stay there, बस 5 आराम से, बस 5 यहीं रहना, 5 यहीं रहना।
With 2 birdies now, Shiv moves to 5 under total.
ग्राउंड पे, बस 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 5। आप 5 वहाँ पे जाओ, फिर से टी ऑफ पे जाओ, टी ऑफ पे नेक्स्ट ग्रुप होगा, टी ऑफ पे, हाँ।
And now you're seeing the tee off on the 5th.
हाँ आराम से फॉलो करो।
That's Rashid Khan, you see there.
नहीं भी है, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, ठीक, मेरे को उसका नहीं है। चलो 6 अपना वापस आ जाओ टी ऑफ पे, आराम से 5, आराम से 5। आई डिडंट से आपने ग्रीन पे रह सिक्स वापस अपने उस पे आओ, ग्रीन पे आओ, कैन सिक्स ग्रीन पे आओ, हाँ ग्रीन पे आओ यार, छोड़ दो वो चले गए।
Ahmedabad's Shravan Desai will
हाँ
be teeing off now.
बस अब ग्रीन पे रहो
Shravan
अपना
had
सिक्स,
his career
बॉल
best
आएगी उसको
tied
फॉलो
ninth
करो, बस
finish
आपका यही पैच है।
in Srinagar
और फाइव,
at the last
बस इसको
PGTI
बॉल पे
event.
फॉलो करके छोड़ देना, फिर अपने यहीं चले जाओ, सिक्स से मैं कैच करूंगा। भाई अपना आयरस थोड़ा डाउन करो, थोड़ा सा डाउन करो।
ये बाइबल डिस्कनेक्ट करो, आप आराम से पार्टी रूम में आ जाओ।
सिक्स अपना आयरस डाउन करो।
For those of you who have already gone through the score sheet, we're going to talk a lot about the standard of play, how it is going through, make you understand what the game is. So Rahul, uh, you've played a lot of golf with a lot of these players, and so have I. You know, our backgrounds are also pertinent. Both of us have been, ex full-time professional golfers, and we've seen a lot of these players come through the ranks. What we are seeing now, the standard of golf is so good, the scoring is so low. This really does make for exciting times, and the inclusion of golf into the Olympics, it just is like a cherry on top. Right now, what we are seeing is the fifth hole. Um, you want to talk about this hole? I think par threes are your speciality.
So absolutely, Shaurya. One of the finest things that has happened for Indian golf over the past couple of years is, of course, the inclusion of Olympics taking in the sport of golf. And more than that, what we are seeing in India is a surge of athletes coming up. You know, youngsters who are coming around and shooting minus 20s for 4 days, scoring levels becoming really, really deep, very competitive, and comparable with the international tours. So I think that's something that has superbly changed the face of the sport over the years. I was also looking at a bunch of score sheets from the last couple of events last night, and I saw how the depth of the fields has gone in really deep. and just about keeps it on the putting surface. Looks like he's given himself about 15 to 18 feet, slightly downhill, curling putt from the right side into this green.
I think with relaying the greens, putting has become a little more tricky. You know, the course was relayed 2 years ago, a Gary Player design, and they've done a brilliant job, I must say. The greens are fast, they're challenging, especially if you miss them on the wrong side. Makes life really tough to just make par. So good iron play is going to be at a premium this week. Yeah.
Absolutely. I spoke with a couple of players over the last 2 days, and everyone said that the new layout of the golf course, especially the new greens laid out in the new Gary Player design on the putting surface, looks like he's given himself about 15 to 18 feet, slightly downhill, curling putt from the right side into this green.
With relaying the greens, putting has become a little more tricky. They've done a brilliant job, I must say. The greens are fast, challenging, especially. And my name spelling is wrong. I said AUR, by the way. Yeah. The audio, we have to wait for that guy because the audio is up. Yeah, I have put it. Something's happened. I put it on silent. There's a little bit of mismatch, I think. Can you just have a look?
Because what he said came in about 30 seconds later.
Yeah, because it's upstream from there.
Okay.
This is
How do we do this?
So that's fine. I think then let's just. What do we do?
Stick to. I mean, we can't comment on the shot then.
What do you want us to comment on the shot, or what do you want us to do then?
It's up to you how you want to make a
If we
balance.
comment on the shot, then it will be 30 seconds delayed. By then, the video would be on the next shot.
It's
Can we
30
delay the video by 30 seconds? I mean, the relay that is happening online, if we are going to watch the same thing, then it will be difficult. Can we have another relay, which is a different live going on? So that by the time it gets onto YouTube or something.
Because if it's there a 30-second delay, so when I'm commenting on the shot, the guy is already on the green.
Yeah.
So that is going to cause a little bit of an issue.
Live feed देना पड़ेगा BNC.
Just give us whatever I want a match between what I'm speaking and what we're seeing. Because that's important. Otherwise, I'm talking about the green and the guy's already on the next hole, so it's
Yeah.
going to seem very off.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's just speak generics right now. That's fine.
Yeah, you
Okay.
just
You
mute
wanna do-
the
Yeah,
video,
muted it.
mute the audio for this.
Sure.
Okay, I'll check that thing. तार डालनी पड़ेगी एक BNC डाल के इनको जो हमारा PGM का आउटपुट है
Yeah, So as we are back on air, Rahul, we were discussing what this golf course really means to the players. It's harbored champions all over the years, and the better players have always shown on the last 2 days. In many ways, this is akin to India's answer to Augusta National. And I, for one, always used to get nervous just playing this golf course because the fairways are tree-lined. There's hardly any margin for error. So you think accuracy is going to be at a premium this week? Or what is your take? Because we're seeing a lot of power players, like long hitters. So what is your take?
Absolutely, Shaurya. You couldn't have put it any better by calling it the Augusta of India. This course has got a lot of memories for all the players going in the past also, and will also have coming in the future. It has always been a host to the Indian Open, which is, of course, the most coveted event of this country. And over the years, players like Ernie Els and Tiger Woods have also come in here and played, and it intimidates everyone. So yes, this golf course, of course, holds a lot of memories for all the people and makes people change their strategies along the line when they come in here. And as we see the new Gary Player course now, it's a little bit different from earlier, with the greens also adding on to the mix of the difficulty of the course. We now have got a lot more undulations on the course, and as I was speaking to some players over the past 2 days, everyone was saying that the pressure on their shot game has also been increased by the course. Earlier, most of the players were focusing more on keeping the ball in play, but now even when they keep the ball in play, they have to place their second shots very well, their approach shots to the green, to be able to have a good putt to make a birdie.
Yeah, we're just watching the group of Angad Chima, Sudhir Sharma. Sudhir has also done really well uh, at the Delhi Golf Club, and Angad as well previously. So this should be an interesting group to watch. It's a little tough to understand what I'm talking about, because I don't know if I'm talking in the past or the present. So is there any way to know that what am I? Because if there's a delay, then I'll make myself speak 30 seconds in the past. It's off.
Just a second.
Yeah.
What
I'm
doing?
30 seconds speech is चल रहा है वो. So I think so. I don't know. Should I make it loud? One second. ये देखो.
To be able to have a good putt to make birdie. I spoke that way earlier.
ये this is spoken much earlier. So is the video behind? I'm confused.
अभी चेक करते हैं. I'm just getting back.
Angad as well. So this should be an interesting group to watch. Now let's maybe next one. This is a good time for us to speak. No. We also want to talk about the PGTI calendar.
Come on. Okay. Just a second. So basically, what is happening? So you're watching the YouTube feed right now.
Okay.
So since you're already watching the feed, and after that you're doing the commentary, so there's a delay of 30 seconds.
Okay.
So if you're okay with doing the commentary at the open, like PCR is, so then you can watch the feed and do your commentary.
I
So
think that'll be
match.
better. Yeah, that'll be better.
But that depends on you. So they're a little embarrassed to tell you come into the open.
That's
and
Where
okay,
open?
let's do
Where?
it.
So it's just in front of the T1.
Where that tent thing was?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it
Let's
properly.
do it there. Because otherwise,
So ये basically आप टीवी देखकर commentary.
that's the problem. Because then it's not live.
हाँ और तो उसीलिए तो वो मतलब उसमें कभी-कभी प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है डीडी में उसमें कैच जब आ जाता है वो अचानक कहते हैं कि वो played it well and after that so that is the only option because of the firewall. Just in front of the T1 है.
Because it's tough. If there's a 30-second delay, to speak in the past is very tough. Because then the viewers will actually be confused. What are we talking about?
Even 10-15 seconds. वहाँ पे टी-शॉट लग रहा है, वहाँ पट लग रहा है.
Because of the firewall we were having a little difficult to get the feel of the office.
But I think we got off to a decent start.
Let's find the solution and get on.
बहुत ही मतलब
अभी ऑफ ही करके रखना है one second. Off.
I will tell you as we finish
Where
fifth.
can you
See,
open it?
we have recon 14. After fifth, we have 14. Then last 18.
Okay.
Is that the sequence it will go in?
Yeah, we'll be moving in that sequence.
Let me do
After
one thing. We run the scores on this, है ना?
in case you have
We back again now on hole number 5. We just saw Karandeep Kocher with his birdie putt. This is an interesting group. It has quite a few good players in it. You have Sunit Chaurasia, Viraj Madappa and Karandeep Kocher. So Karandeep Kocher is currently on top of the PGTI order of merit. Very prolific player from Chandigarh. Really knows his way around a golf course, and you'll always see him in and around the leaderboard.
We have now Sunit Chaurasia preparing for his putt on hole number 5, playing alongside Karandeep Kocher, the order of merit leader.
A little bit of a backstory on Sunit. Sunit is actually related to his very famous uncle SSP Chaurasia, and SSP Chaurasia has won multiple tournaments on the European Tour. In fact, I think 3, if I'm correct. So obviously there is a very strong golf lineage, and you can see that in his play. He's been very rock solid throughout his short career.
Going back to Karandeep, Karandeep's putting there for par. Karandeep's a young kid from Chandigarh and has been winning tournaments and leading the order of merit of late. Karandeep is known to have a very, very rock solid game through and through from tee to green. One of his good wins was last year at the Jeev Milkha. So that's been one of the turning points of his young career. Karandeep is known to be going into higher heights of the game and going into the Asian Tour in the future.
This is par putt.
Oh, misses that short little par putt coming back onto the
think
5th green.
I think this takes us back to the conversation we just had a little while back, that the relayed greens are really slick, tough to read, and they're quite a challenge. So you saw the player actually there for a birdie and actually walking away with a bogey. For those of us who are new to golf and are actually not understanding our terminology, I think it's also important that we go through some of the basics of the game so that you realize how easy it is to follow. So
Sure. Yeah. Let's do that as we go along. Going back onto hole number 5, you have on the team Manu Gandas, Chikkarangappa and Karthik Sharma. Karthik Sharma is a rookie on tour, one of the few left-handed players who's out on the tour. He's got a few top 10 finishes already under his belt. Chikkarangappa, of course, everyone knows, is one of the top players that India has produced so far. Manu Gandas just coming out of a win just about a few weeks ago, and that was his first win on the PGTI Tour, going first on the tee. Manu is also known to be a very, very meticulous player on the tour. Very, very hard-working fellow and always extremely focused with a very rhythmical golf swing, as you will tell now. It's got a pause and play action very much like Hideki Matsuyama from Japan.
we can't quite spot the ball, but I think it's just rolled off the right edge of the green. So he will have his work cut out for par from there. Let's talk about the shot. We can दिखाना? Going back to our conversation about making our users understand what is golf and what really constitutes 18 holes, I think it's important to start with the basics. In golf, you have 18 holes, and each hole comprises of a par, and that's like the minimum amount of strokes that you must take in order for it to be a par. A par is when a designated hole has a number of strokes that you must complete it in. So the hole we're seeing right now is a par 3. So par 3s, you're normally expected as a professional to reach the green in one shot and then take 2 strokes to putt the ball in the hole. The green surface that we're seeing the flag on, that's called the green. And there you're normally using a putter, not a lofted club. And you will see that the players, when they're further away from the green, are actually using longer clubs. So you have a par 3, a par 4, a par 5. So a par 5, normally you will see players get onto the green in 3 shots. The longer hitters can fancy getting onto the green in 2 shots. And whenever you are able to complete a hole below its par, when it's 1 shot, it's a birdie. When it's 2 below par, it's an eagle. When it's 3 below par, it's an albatross. So that in a nutshell is how the scoring works. Obviously the inverse also holds true. You don't really want to go over par. The winner is at the end of 4 days whoever has the lowest score. So that could be any under par, over par, but basically the lesser strokes you take, the better your chance of winning. I think that's a nutshell. You want to add anything to that, Raul?
Just a few things for the novices to understand that whenever you start a hole, no matter which par it is, could be a par 3, 4 or 5, it always starts from something called a tee box. So where Chikka is standing right now is what is called the tee box. And where he's going to aim to hit this is going to be the putting green. So if you would ever watch people rolling the ball into a hole with a flat stick, that is where the grass is also cut the shortest. And it's got a lot of undulations for the players to look at. So that is the place that the player is trying to hit this ball at. And of course he's trying to minimize his a miss and place his ball at the most convenient spot for him to take the next putt from. Chikka there has hit a very solid golf shot, although the ball just rolling off the green there. But I think he should have a nice look at birdie with his little uphill putt, probably about a 15 to 18 footer. Preferred place, of course, for the better players to be aiming to leave their ball at. That's exactly what Chikka there has done. See, the experience of the players to be able to place the ball, of course, goes a long way when it comes down to the scoring abilities that the players have. Also, what happens on a golf course, there are other factors that also come into the mix. Of course, the wind is one of the bigger factors, the weather is another big factor, but also the other things which have been man-made obstructions, which could be the bunkers. So you must have all seen some sand pits, and they are called bunkers, and players of course are supposed to play out of there. So of course a lot of skill is required in this game, as well as the other thing that you would have seen around is the whole jungle area that you see around the Delhi Golf Club. It is one of the challenges of the course, called rough. They are called rough when you play golf, but otherwise, yes, of course, it is like any other challenge which is placed. Players now approaching the 5th green there, and Karthik Sharma walking towards the right. Chikka is going to be looking at a nice birdie putt coming in. So let's keep following.
I think our users would also see, the viewers would see that there's a lot of undulation on the greens. It's not flat all over. So there are slopes all over the greens, and that actually adds to the challenge of putting. So in golf, you have many factors, not just how good you can hit the shot, but also your ability to understand the gradient of the slope. So as you will see, these players will now spend a considerable amount of time understanding the topography of the green, going around, seeing the angles, studying the green, because they want to be able to get closest to the pin. And I mean, if they're lucky, then just go straight in. So this is something which is an art. I think it's acquired over time. I think I was never too good at it. But I think in all fairness, it's that's why there's a famous golf saying, you drive for show but you putt for dough. So this is where the money really comes in. I mean, this is where you make your living on the greens, and a lot of good players are very good at putting.
Karthik there has just about missed the green onto the right side. chipping it now. Let's have a look at what game does he bring in with the undulations in play. What kind of a strategy he uses to get this close to the hole.
That's a deft touch. It looks good. That's a brilliant shot. So I think he should be able to get his par. And so Karthik is a lefty. So just like cricket, you have righties, lefties. In cricket, you might have a distinct advantage when there's a lefty righty batsman combination. In golf, there's no clear advantage for a lefty or a righty. But they normally said that southpaws have better touch around the greens and they're good at putting. I don't know if that actually holds true, but over the years you must have seen that left-handed players are more creative, so they have better touch, and I think Karthik just exemplified that with that short chip.
One of the things that I noticed with left-handed players is how easily they pick up the game watching other people play, because when they watch a right-handed player swinging, they can easily mirror what that person is doing and replicate that, or try to replicate that in their swing, and that I think greatly benefits them when they're trying to pick up the game. Manu Gandas there has got a little bit of an uphill and then a downhill going into the hole here. Should curl in a little bit from the right, but definitely speed is going to be key looking at the undulations on the greens here. But Manu, of course, has been known to have great touch. Lovely. So Manu leaves himself coming back another 2.5 feet to make his par. And we're going to go up to Chikkarangappa now and have a look at his uphill birdie attempt. Chikka is probably poised the best for this flag location onto this green. The other thing that I was seeing on the tee box was, the multiple Incredible India hoardings there, and the way Incredible India has actually come in to support golf and also take the game to the next level. Golf tourism is something that India is now looking at the growth of that, with people coming in from outside, experience the Indian courses. What we have here is a hell of a lot of history, a lot of good layouts. We have new championship courses in the DLF and the Kalhars and all of these new courses coming up. But at the same time, the history that we hold over here is absolutely superb. The Chikka now is taking on his birdie attempt. Oh, what a lovely attempt there, just about brushing the hole on this left side. Great, very well tried there. Hardly a break on that putt though.
Yeah, I think coming back to your point about how golf is growing, I think the addition of golf to the Olympics has done a lot for the sport in India and even globally. You're seeing stars who are coming out of India, Olympians like Udyan Mane, Anirban Lahiri, SSP Chaurasia, who's in this field. Udyan unfortunately did not have a great outing this week, but he's been a very solid player through the last 2 years. You're seeing that our fields are very deep, and we're also having a lot of international players come to India now, because PGTI now has world ranking points, and this is really important because world ranking points actually help players to qualify for big international events. Udyan's case is a case in point, if you may, because he was able to qualify for the Olympics by just playing and performing really well on the PGTI. I think he won something like 5 events. So that was almost an unseen performance by him, which took him to the Olympics, and now we're joined back by Karthik. So something which is really, our users might be seeing that short putts, like maybe between 2 or 3 feet, they're actually quite tricky. I sometimes used to consider them the toughest part of golf, and a lot of our viewers might be seeing that the players are lining them up. Like this short putt after his previous one is no gimme. He will still have to hit a good putt right in the center of the hole for it to go in.
Just to elaborate that on a little bit, on a 3-footer putt, if I was to miss it a putt by about a degree, I'd end up still making the putt. But if I'd miss it a 10-footer by about a degree, I'm definitely missing that putt, right? So So the amount of precision that this game really requires is extremely difficult, and of course honing that skill is what is the entire gamut of the game. We have the leader group now on the 50 box, so teed off at 9:20 a.m. We have Veer Alawat, N. Thangaraja and Khalin Joshi on the tee here. Thanga now taking his tee shot. Sri Lankan who's visiting India to play this tournament. He's been one of the top golfers on the PGTI and flanked by the incredible India board at the back. And absolutely, as you can tell, we've got Sri Lanka playing right here in the middle of the Delhi.
I think this will be a very exciting group for the viewers to watch. As you can see, the flag stick is covered by golf shots, and because this is a very good ball striking group, so our viewers will really be able to see the feast of golf shots these people can produce.
Absolutely, Shaurya. In fact, one of the best ball strikers out on tour is Veer Alawat, who is taking his shot right now. And any player in this group, of course, is one of the better ball strikers and also on top of their game this week. Playing very, very well and dialing in their shots, as you could already tell with Tanga's shot as well as Khalin's shot. They've given themselves good looks at birdies right there. Veer's ball, of course, we are unable to tell where it has landed. But yes, probably a little bit towards the right side is where he's left himself.
I think that's what they call the commentator's curse. So, yes, but thankfully he's on the green. But yes, as you can see that ball striking is at a premium this week. And ball striking is not something that comes naturally. It requires a lot of effort, training, and years of hard work.
Veer there has left his shot out wayward and he's trying to find out if he's in play or not. This is the story of Delhi Golf Club. You miss it a shot, and to know whether you have a second shot available to you or not is a big deal off the tee. So that's the challenge that the players have this week. That's where the pressure really picks up.
I think I could always summarize the DGC by the player's experience as here today, gone tomorrow. So you could be on top of the world leading the tournament, and one wayward shot can really just put paid to your hopes. So the level of concentration that is required over a period of 4.5 hours it's actually a Herculean effort. How golf is different from other games, let's say football, which only lasts for 90 minutes, and you have a whole team, so you're not really focusing the entire time. But in golf, even when the players are walking, mind you, they're thinking about their next shot, the next hole, the slope, the wind. The factors are actually endless. And because there are 50 players who make the cut, and there are many of them within a shooting distance of the leader group, so they have to be aware of almost everything. So it's almost like a sensory overload at times.
Absolutely, Shaurya. You couldn't have said that any better. In fact, we can tell that there is a little bit of left, right, and downwind on the fifth hole, as you can tell from the movement of the flag. And, all of these things really add up to the player's ability to judge his shots correctly and see how much is the wind really going to affect the ball to get it as close as possible to the hole. The amount of precision required to move hundreds of these muscles to be able to hit that ball bang on where you're required to hit it requires a lot of artwork, a lot of skill, and a lot of dedication and effort. And that's what these players are a product of. They're a product of their own dedication.
Yeah, that is very rightly put. Golf, it's unfairly called an old man's game, although it isn't. The good thing about golf is that you can enjoy it socially until your later years in life. But I would say that it is very important to separate professional golf from recreational golf. Professional golf is an extreme sporting endeavor. As you will see, it requires concentration, strength to be able to hit the ball so far. It requires perseverance in the number of hours you need to practice. It requires touch. So it's actually an amalgamation of so many different things that I think people are now starting to understand that a lot of our top golfers are actually very good athletes.
So when Tiger actually started bursting onto the scene in the late 90s is when everybody started realizing what the impact of fitness was going to be in this sport. And then, therein came the Rory McIlroys as well as the Bryson DeChambeaus, completely changing the face of the game. That you had to first now be an athlete and then be a golfer. While if we went 25 years back, that really wasn't something to be spoken about. In fact, one of the few guys that used to work out at the time was Vijay Singh. But today, if you are not in the gym and on the golf course and working on multiple things altogether, you'd be left far behind because now this is really athlete business.
I think the case in point is the top 10 of the order of merit of the PGTI. It's actually checkered by just younger players. Oh, that's a great birdie. Phenomenal putt. So there you go again. Our first birdie, I think, for our viewers. So that birdie takes Thangaraja up to 8 under and just 2 behind the leader. So this final group is where the action is going to be at. I think you could actually see the winner coming from this group. What do you think? That's fair to say. A lot of experience, a lot of good play in this group.
Absolutely, Shaurya. In fact, I'm taking a look at the leaderboard right now as I speak, and we have Shiv Kapoor also charging up with a 2 under par, and Amardeep Malik also at 3 under par through 9 holes, taking their totals to -4 as well as -5 for Shiv Kapoor. So, things are also heating up in the bottom rung of the top 10 of the leaderboard. Everybody, the Thursdays are usually called the moving days. The third day of a tournament are the moving days, and that's when you will see a lot of different deep under par scores coming in. Players trying to catch up for the top guy. So, that is something that we will of course keep seeing. Thanga has now moved to 8 under par. Angad Chima again, has had a decent start. He's 1 under through 6 holes and keeping it consistent throughout the days that he's been playing so far. We also have Viraj Madappa, who's gotten off to a decent start. Let's have a look at Cullen now putting there for his birdie. Has given himself a good chance and a good look at birdie. About a 6 to 8 feet putt there for him to be able to convert this. Cullen, of course, is from Bangalore. Again, one of the top players on tour. Has been a very, very consistent performer. And a really sweet guy as well, among all of us, is known to be a very, very fun guy.
I think in this tournament, it's fair to say that flamboyance will definitely get the viewers in, but the bills will be paid by consistency. So the minimum errors that can be made on this golf course, and how this golf course is so penal. I mean, as I illustrated even before, even through our playing days, you could be having a great round and suddenly it's turned around by one shot. So uh, that is something to keep in mind.
Veer there is getting ready to make his par putt, giving himself a decent look. He's also known to be a good putter. Usually people who hit it long are not known to be good short game players, but Veer has got all the aspects of the game all dialed in. He brushes it past the hole, but nonetheless will tap it in for bogey and move on to the next. This is what the game really is. You make an error, you pick it up, and you move on from there. You don't keep brooding over it, and that's what good players really do. Cullen there again, back to Cullen and getting ready for his birdie attempt. Cullen, of course, over the past couple of years has been one of the top players on the PGTI. He's also had some really good performances on the Asian Tour, won the Panasonic Open at the Delhi Golf Club in 2019. So, of course, he's one of the top players to be looking out for. He's leading the pack at 10 under par right now. His putt will help him to get to 11 under par and increase the cushion by another shot. over Manu Gandas. There you go. Gets up to 11 under par now, 3-shot lead over Manu Gandas and a 4-shot lead over Chikka as well as Viraj Madappa and Thangaraja.
He's really distancing himself from the pack, and that's going to be key because taking a lead into the final day is something that will decide the winner, I think. And he's no stranger to success here. He won the big tournament here 2 years back.
So, one of the fond memories that I'm reminded of right now, a couple of years ago, Shaurya, I went around to play the Bangladesh amateur I think it was the year 2008 or 9, and Cullen was a player alongside me. And back in the day, of course, Cullen and I have a little bit of a difference in terms of the year we all turned pro as well as the amateur careers that we've had. But it was one of the most fun weeks that I spent out there. Cullen and I were sharing the room. And believe me, it was the most fun weeks that I had out in Bangladesh. And that Kurmitola golf course where we played is also another phenomenal golf course. So, all in all, just, being back here, talking about the players and, looking at the tournament, just brings back a lot of memories for me personally. What about you, Shaurya?
I've also actually visited Bangladesh. I remember playing there back in 2010. I don't remember the exact name of the tournament. Memory fades me. But yes, I played at the Kurmitola as well. A very, very good layout, an exciting layout. Not too dissimilar from Delhi golf course itself. Again, tight and challenging. And so yes, golf. Actually, the good thing about golf is takes you places, and the better you play, I think you exemplify that. You've won the Asian Games medal, a silver medalist at the games. So you've really played a lot of golf internationally as well. And so for our viewers, when you are doing well, golf is actually very regimented sport. So you do well in junior golf, then you make the teams. You do well in amateur golf, then you represent your country, and then you move on to professional golf. Where till previously you were always playing for yourself, but now with the advent of golf being added to the Olympics, it actually changes the flavor of the game. So the best players from a country are actually going to represent their country in the Olympics. So that has actually changed the horizon of the game. When we were amateurs, that was not the case. The team games were normally just for the amateurs. A lot of support is also important in the formative years, and we've been lucky enough to be supported by PSU oil companies at that point in time, and that sort of helps you to the next step.
Absolutely, Shaurya. In fact, one of the PSUs who is a sponsor over here is the Oil India Limited, and I used to be with them through my amateur career. And there is no doubting that one of these employments can really help you propel your career further and forward. A little bit of backing, a little bit of support, of course, goes a long way. At the same time, hard work, dedication, of course, they cannot be thrown out of the window. But yes, these companies, once they come into the mix and give a supporting hand to the players, it really helps them propel their careers forward. We have Arjun Prasad from Delhi. He's one of the army kids who has developed into one of the top professionals in the country.
Now, coming back to your point about our earlier days, so I think golf turns foes into friends because you were at Oil India and I was at Indian Oil, and we used to be competing at the PSPB tournament. Fond memories of that. So yes, I mean golf is a microcosm of life in itself. Getting rather philosophical. Now let's get back to the action. Rahul, take us ahead.
So there we have Arjun Prasad and Ajay Basoya who've just, Arjun has just chipped it onto the green and Ajay has just hit his bunker shot up onto the green. There's a 2-ball. It was the last group that teed off the 10th hole. You know, one of the things that is going to be key on these greens this week is going to be for the players to understand. The players have been so used to playing on the old track at the Delhi Golf Club with it's almost by heart to most of them. Where the bunkers are placed, what distances to be hit, and what kind of greens are to be expected. While this year completely places a new golf course in front of them, I think the only thing in common from the past is going to be that the tee shots need to be highly, highly accurate. Except that I think the players are playing a completely new golf course.
Yeah, this green seems a lot more different to what it was. It's elevated, it's tougher, and it's a required defense against a short par 5. Short par 5, when I say that, because even the medium or short hitters can get there, home in 2, and then just take 2 putts to make a birdie. So let's look at Arjun now. So this is a downhill putt, and it's breaking from left to right. So what our viewers can understand, you would actually end up aiming maybe a foot or foot and a half to the left, and then the ball just rolls down to the flag.
I mean, as you can tell, Shaurya, that Arjun is really focusing in and lining up his putt. The amount of time it really takes to understand greens is a whole different ball game for a golfer. It can really bring you down to your knees, as Arjun was just a few minutes ago.
Yes, and say prayers, because nobody wants to 3-putt. And believe you me, in the blink of an eye, a birdie putt can become a bogey, and then you'd be thinking about it for the rest of your round. So you don't want that. You need aggression, but you also need caution. So as you see, he has just babied it in there. Maybe that's in the hole. Or okay, so that's a par. He'll move on. He'll live to fight another day.
Or another hole. We also have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. He's at tied 13 right now, started at the 17th position and is already -3 for the day through 9 holes, bringing him up from the 17th to the tied 13th position. And, going by his form, I think we can expect that he's going to be up to the top 10s by the end of the day today. So I'm looking out for what Shiv Kapoor might do. Shiv Kapoor is a stalwart on this golf course. This is his home club. And, definitely experience is always key when it comes to competitive golf. It really soothes down people's nerves when they have experience in winning tournaments, have played the golf course multiple times. All of these things really come into the mix to add flavor to the game. Shiv, in fact, a couple of years ago, shot a 10 under par on this course, and he went out with a strategy to tee off every hole with a driver, which, as you know, Shaurya, no one really tees off just with a driver on this golf course, but he teed off on even on the shorter holes like the 15th, the 4th, as well as the 2nd, where most players usually hit irons. He took it on with a driver and did it very successfully, giving himself a 10 under par as the final round to jump up the leaderboard all the way. He was at the back of the pack and ended up finishing, I think, in the top 10 or the top 5. I might be not remembering exact spot he finished in, but a valiant effort nonetheless.
Yes, I think that is one thing you'll see throughout this week is the drivers are mostly going to be outside the bag. Um, oh, another close miss. So you can really see the importance of putting and how the new greens are proving to be a formidable challenge for these players. So coming back to hitting a driver of the tee, I still get nervous just sitting here thinking about it. You know, Rahul, when we saw the 14th hole and standing there with the driver, the wind, you know, hurtling from the left or the right, it was a scary experience, mind you. Many a times I would stand on a tee with the driver, and you know, my caddy would be, you know, put better sense and stand there with a 3-wood and rescue and just get on with it. So maybe you have to temper yourself also, but you know, Shiv is so talented. His long game is spot on, and so for a player who is really self-assured and knows that he can hit a fairway, it's an added advantage and actually helps you leap over the field. So this is a new advent now. You would see that you know, the player is standing there with a yardage finder. Till previously this was not allowed. It actually helps you speed up the game somewhat, reduce the time required to prepare for the shot. Will give you the exact yardage so that you're better prepared.
That's Syed Saqib Ahmed in the black there, playing alongside Abhishek Jha, both players from Bangalore. Following them is their third partner, who's Hemendra Chaudhary from Jaipur. Saqib has been a newly engaged golfer. He's just about getting primed to get married and lining up the shot now. I think the caddy there is telling me to just shut up for now.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say that Lady Luck has done him well. He's doing well this week. So now back to the tee, Rahul. So what is your take on his golf swing? Each swing is unique and independent. Some are consistency swings, some are power swings. I think Saqib has a very good mix of both. Good rotation, good through the ball. Seems like anxious moments there on that tee. Where might that be? The camera looks at the fairway, so we are hopeful that it's in the fairway. But coming back to the 14th hole, you know, what a formidable hole. It's the perfect risk and reward hole. 1 minute you're king, next minute you could be pauper. And Hemendra, another very good player, an accuracy player from, I think he's from Jaipur. Very good, solid all-round game, consistent of the tee. So we look at Hemendra shot, and that again seems to be in the fairway. So you could have anything. Hemendra might have another rescue or a 3-wood into the green. What also makes DGC so special is that you know, it's really a nature lover's paradise, and the golf range is open to the public and very affordable in terms to just start the game. So there are many such facilities all over India and even Delhi where, you know, a novice can come, learn the game. DGC, you know, I've been a product of the JTP. They have a program where they actually take in junior golfers, help them out. There are almost 200 children every year, and people from underprivileged backgrounds are actually helped. And this program has been instrumental in actually making a lot of players. I think if I'm correct, DGC hosts over 10 to 15 Arjuna awardees. So it has a very strong history of producing good players who've went on and performed at the highest stages. And also, Delhi Golf Club is host to a wide variety of flora, fauna, even wildlife, and they even harvest all their water. So that is actually very good as well. So that's a long shot of our players walking up to the approach. So you would see that a lot of time is spent between the player and the caddy. So your caddy is actually somebody who carries your bag and it's like an added resource. So caddy is a very integral part of the game. He's somebody who advises the player on what club to use, how, what condition, soothe him when things are going tough. It's almost like a coach who is walking with you at the whole time, and a caddy can be a very important part of a successful team. So when you have junior golf, you don't actually have caddies, so players learn to feel the game, read the conditions. As they grow on into the amateur ranks and pro ranks, the caddy is always there by the side. And in fact, some of the best players in the country have actually gone through the ranks where they've come from humble backgrounds and risen up, and today are representing the country. So golf really does give you an opportunity to showcase your talent, and that's something which is very good. And for people who are looking to take up their game, it's not necessary that you just need to play professionally, but I think it's a good game. It teaches you discipline, perseverance, and you can actually learn to adapt. For our viewers who are just joining us, we are at the Delhi Golf Club, live from the Tata Steel PGTI MP Cup 2021, and we are at the penultimate day of the championship. So the players are now going to be deciding their approach shot. So as you can see, the yardage finder comes out again. Now is a very important decision that is to be made by the player and the caddy, that do we attack this hole or do we take the conservative approach, because each has its pros and cons. An attacking approach can get the player on the green and maybe make an eagle, so that really it gives him a two-stroke advantage and moves him up the leaderboard. But conversely, if you attack and the shot is a little bit off, you could be looking at a bogey or worse. So this is where a balanced approach really plays in. Many times on a par 5, you will find that the players are actually just waiting in the fairway because they're waiting for the next group to clear. Because a par 5 is a peculiar hole, because many players will actually try to reach it in 2, and the vast majority will get there in 3. So in golf, it's also, etiquette is a very important part of golf, and the golf ball can actually be a very dangerous projectile if it hits someone. So it's important that the players actually wait for the next group to clear, and if they end up hitting it in an errant direction, they actually scream out and say ball. So now we are at the 18th hole. We're looking at the approach shot of the players. So the 18th is a unique hole because it has a double green. It's a green that is joined by the 5th. So it's like a wraparound green that goes around, and it's a unique feature of this golf course, which has been preserved even after the reconstruction in 2019, the Gary Player redesign. And as you see, the golf course is in good condition, and it's they take the greenery pretty seriously, and they've tied up with Troon, who actually take care of the agronomy, and they've done a good job in keeping the golf course prim and proper.
There we have on the 18th fairway now, lining up for their shots. That's Manav Jaini, Badal Hussain and Karan Pratap Singh. Karan Pratap Singh, of course, is a rookie, and Manav Jaini a very seasoned player, especially known to be really, really sharp at tight golf courses like the Delhi Golf Club. Also a Delhi boy.
He always plays well here. He's played a lot of his golf at the Delhi Golf Club and well versed with the golf course. Has a very tight game. Again, one of the accuracy players, very good off the tee, very good on the green, good temperament. So I expect him to be around and be challenging on the final day.
Yeah, sure. In fact, Manav has also had some very good showing at the Delhi Golf Club, even in all the Asian Tour and European Tour events that have been hosted over here. And there he's taking his third shot with a wedge, very well known for his shot game, his 10-15 footer putts. Also coming up with a new hairstyle this year is Manav Jaini, a little bit of a pony at the back, leaves himself a nice approximately 10 footer pin high to the flag, which is really, really good. And always, players are always aiming at giving themselves the best shot that they can give themselves at birdie. And of course, hole high is something that every player wants, so that they can, give themselves the best opportunity out there. Badal Hussain from Calcutta, walking up to the green now. That's his putt there, giving himself a nice look at birdie with this uphill putt.
So as I was speaking previously, you'll have players attacking a par 5 and then you'll have players strategizing on a par 5. So you can see Manav has actually strategized his way through this and he has like a 10 to 12 footer for a birdie. So that's a good way because you minimize the risk of dropping a shot and you back yourself from inside 100 yards and you actually have a look at birdie. You're not going to drop a shot. So this is a good way. So accuracy players are rewarded on par 5s as well. The 18th hole at the Delhi golf course has seen a lot of history. Right from Gaurav Ghai's famous chip in to a lot of Indian Open champions over the years. You've had the best of players actually play here, and it's been the scene of many victories and battles fought. What are some of the memorable memories that you have, Rahul, from the 18th hole?
So actually, the 18th of a tournament, of course, always becomes one of the most iconic holes as the leader groups come in over here. Everyone, even if you're at a 1-shot difference or even at a 4-shot difference, the 18th always holds a lot of value because, you're trying to control the nerves and all of that coming into the last hole with a lot of crowd standing at the back. Of course, we don't see that now because of all the COVID regulations, but it adds up to the anyway difficult play that everyone has. And there we have Karan Pratap Singh chipping from the back of the green. Pretty sure he's not very happy with that. But yes, moving on. The 18th hole at Delhi Golf Club, of course, is even more iconic than other holes that we have seen throughout the tour. But the factors that come into play over here is, of course, the immense amount of jungle that is there, with the amount of pressure exhibited by the tournament itself, and it holds any tee shot at Delhi Golf Club, could set you back by 2, 3, 4 shots, anything. So no matter what kind of a lead you have, the Delhi Golf Club's 18th hole is always a nerve-wracking. Badal Hussain from Bangladesh, from the Sawar Golf Club in Bangladesh, has been now professional since 2015, putting there for birdie with a Phil Mickelson look-alike putter there.
Great observation. I think what's also important to see, almost made it. So is to see that the foreign contingent, he actually made it. So camera missed it. Great birdie by him. So what we're seeing is a lot of international flavor here. There's an eclectic mix of players, and you're seeing more and more players actually move to India from abroad because it's proving to be a very attractive destination for golf. I think it's fair to say that the PGTI is one of the strongest domestic tours in the world. We have world ranking points. Even foreigners can play. There are no country spots or exemptions, so it's a very fair tour. We also have a very robust feeder tour, so it's a place where you can hone your skill and actually move on to the next level, while also being able to participate with the best talent from the globe.
So, it takes me back to the EMAR Masters, Shaurya. Um I remember Ernie Els was here to play, and he was playing the ninth hole. He missed it just right at the fairway, and ended up actually making a 9 on that hole. And I remember Ernie's face was very much as if he was like really flabbergasted, and he was really upset that how a course could be so penalizing, even by such a small miss it. So that's what Delhi Golf Club really is for you.
Yeah, I think Delhi Golf Course is no stranger to stars. This takes me back to my first Indian Open. I was on the practice range. I was an amateur at that point in time. I was very fresh, and I remember being flanked on one side by Graham McDowell and on the other by Scott Strange, and I just could not focus on my game because the star power was so much, and I was just in awe of the game. So it actually shows you that even if you're playing well in India, you can actually play alongside the greats. Needless to say, that was a forgetful week for me, not a memorable one, but memorable in terms of playing on this venerable institution.
One of the most memorable rounds that I have had at Delhi Golf Club was at the Sale SBI Open a couple of years ago, where I was paired on the third day alongside Bunchu Wankit, who is a Thai legend of golf. Bunchu, of course, is a legend in his country as well as internationally in the field of golf. But what was really, something for me to take back home from that round was the way he hit his 5 woods and his 7 woods into greens. And honestly speaking, he could hit his 5 wood really much closer than my pitching wedge. We have Arjun Prasad there now on the tee box. We're back on to the fairway on the 18th hole. Got Pranav Kaul there now lining up for his second shot. Pranav is from Gurgaon, also now teaching at the Harmony Golf Range. Looks like he's hit a pretty good one. Just about tailing it and seeing it go a little bit on the left side, but I think he's safe for his third, primed up into the fairway. There we have the group of Pukraj, Singh Gill, Pranav Kaul and Ranjit Singh walking on to the 18th fairway. Pukraj, of course, from Chandigarh. And Ranjit Singh, veteran on the tour, really, really solid golfer year after year. We're back to the tee box with Arjun Prasad. Ranjit has been a veteran on tour, has been an extremely consistent golfer, always sticks around the top 10s and the top 15s on the tour, always going around playing the entire tour throughout the years. Chandigarh gentlemen. Lovely shot there by Ranjit, giving himself a good look at birdie, leaves himself about an 8-footer just past the flag. You know, this is one of the things that we should always look at, the kind of wedge control that good professional golfers have. That's what really helps them to control their scores and make them shoot under pars, because they have a lot of control on the way they hit their irons into the greens, giving themselves good looks at birdies. And of course, to finish it all, they always say, it's not over till the fat lady sings. And that's when he makes the putt. Pranav seems to have missed it just slightly left of the green into the bunker. Getting ready there, having a look at the contours, where must he play it to get it as close as possible to the flag. Pukraj leaving himself about a 40-50 yard short of the green, you know, pitching it on right now.
Pukraj is another exciting player to watch. He's based out of Chandigarh, and I think recently he actually had a hole-in-one on a par 4. I read about that. That was quite an achievement. So he has a power game again, and let's see how good is the finesse game. Well, that's a good shot. So as you see, when you hit from the bunker, as our viewers can see, there is a lot of backspin that is imparted. So you will see there is a hole on the green, and that's called the pitch mark. So golfers are expected to repair their pitch marks because the putting surface is always supposed to be really smooth and even. So you'll also see the caddies when they follow their players, they're repairing divots. Divots are holes that are made when a player hits a shot. And now another bunker shot, and this is Amardeep Malik. That is Pranav Kaul. So he's here in 2. Another excellent approach. So I think all of them have a very realistic chance at birdie. We also have in this group Ranjit Singh, very established player, has been plying his tour on the PGTI and also occasionally on the Asian Tour. He's a very lively character and always makes everybody laugh, and is also a fan favorite. You'd see when there are tournaments going on and there are galleries walking on the side, he's actually interacting with them, cracking a joke here and there, very light-hearted. And so you'll have all kinds of players. Some are able to focus by speaking more, some are more reserved, introverted, but Ranjit is definitely not one of them. He's quite a character and a very good iron striker. He's one of the better ball strikers on tour, very good with his irons, and has many a times shot very deep numbers, so look out for him as well.
You know, Shaurya, we just see that there's a Gujarat tourism board at the back of the 18th green, and you know, did you know that Gujarat really is ranked as the number 9th highest visited destination for tourism in the country? And that, you know, is an amazing fact. In fact, the Kalhar Blues and Greens golf course has become quite an iconic golf course for Ahmedabad and hosts a bunch of pro events. In fact, they hosted one back in February. And really the support from the government bodies which are promoting tourism coming to the Pro Tour. And I think golf and tourism in themselves together can really do well. Pukraj is not very happy with his missed birdie effort there, but nonetheless, I think he hit a really, really terrific bunker shot. One of these 30 to 40 yard bunker shots are actually quite tough, long bunker shots, very hard to control for any level of a player. And I think he did a terrific job there. But then, some putts go in and some don't. And then he'll have his next hole to try again.
I think you're right, absolutely. That bunker shot is the stuff of what nightmares are made of. I mean, on the 18th hole, 40 yards with the gallery behind. I think in some aspects this week the pressure may be a little lesser because the gallery is not there. A big gallery with an important shot, 40-yard bunker shot, oh, you'd be sweating on that. So he did well. I think it was a good shot. Unfortunately, Ranjit has missed his birdie. So as you will see, the conversation after missing a putt is normally between a player and a caddy. So, one of them has obviously got it wrong. And normally the player is the first to blame it on the caddy. So, but that's what a caddy is there. He's like a younger brother who's just supposed to take, the blame and keep the player focused on the task at hand. Because reading a green, no matter how much experience you have, it's more of an art than a science. And you'll see a lot of players actually have their books and they make notes down to a single blade of grass. Imagine, I mean, the direction in which the grass is growing. So there are just so many things to golf. I mean, it never ends. It's a fascinating game, and nothing is really given to you. It's not like the last ball of a match and you need to make one run, which itself is a task. But putting, these short putts are really you have to focus a lot, practice them day in, day out, and then you might be able to make them. Oh, I'm hoping I'm not jinxing these players, But unfortunately, these are not easy putts here because the greens are actually the last line of defense on this golf course, because you're seeing the power players are just able to reach the green in two. So the greens are where they'll actually have to earn their money.
In fact, Shaurya, I was, hanging out with a few players yesterday as well as day before and looking at, them putting. In fact, even I was looking at the course greens, and the greens are really, really slick this week. They are spinning, but they're also very slopey. The greens are picking up a lot of speed. As we go along the week, you will always notice that from day 1 to day 4, the greens tend to get a little bit more quicker, a little bit more harder as we go along the week. And really difficult for a player to be, focused on each and every putt and make each and every one of them. Like I was telling you all earlier, just a 1 degree miss hit with a putter could make you miss a putt. So, there's that much amount of demand on the player to be focused and to be so precise with the work that he does around the golf course.
Yes, absolutely. Putting is quite the art, and you're right. And the margin for error is so small. Now, just like if you have a look at this player lining up his putt, that's a good 30 feet maybe till the hole. And this putt might break multiple times from left to right and then downhill, side hill, so on and so forth. And players only have a stipulated amount of time that they can take to read their putts because the golf round must conclude in, let's say, 4.5 hours. So it's important that they keep the pace of play. And what you will see that when players line up on a green, all of them simultaneously are studying their lines. So the one who's ready to hit will get 40 seconds and then get on with it. So slow play is something that has been plaguing the game globally, and that's being tackled with the new initiatives. And players like myself have been guilty of the same. I found it pretty hard to make up my mind whether it's going to come from the left or the right. I think to this day, Rahul, it's been a mystery to me.
Shaurya, you definitely were someone that we always spoke about in the clubhouse after we finished our round. If Shaurya was ahead of you, it was an absolute pain. Your round was taking much longer than what would usually take. Arjun Chadda, Ankur Chadda putting over there, what looks like a birdie putt. It's a very interesting group here, teed off at 8-10 from the first hole. Dhruv Shoran, Ankur Chadda and Abhinav Lohan, all three players are known to be very good friends. Dhruv and Ankur, of course, are from Gurgaon, and Abhinav Lohan from Faridabad. Good effort there, leaving himself about a 3-footer coming in back to, but it looks like a bit of an extra read that he had there. Dhruv is one of the he won the PGTI qualifying school in his debut year, and he's picking up where he left off. This is one of his first events that he's really getting his game back on. Let's have a look at his putt there.
I've had the good fortune of playing a lot of friendly rounds with Dhruv, and I think he holds a lot of promise. Again, another younger breed of players, very good iron striking, ball striking. Oh, just missed the birdie putt. Uh, so it just goes to show you, it's almost like India is now producing a factory of high level players. If you are able to compare the top 30 on the PGTI and match them with the best in the world, I mean, you would not find a lot of difference. Maybe in the way they finish it, but if you look at the way the ball striking is, we are right up there. Indian golfers are doing really well on the global stage. I mean, previously you had the likes of Arjun Atwal, Jyoti Randhawa, G. Milka Singh, Gaurav Ghai, and I'm sorry if I missed any. But they're passing the baton all onto the younger lot, and they're not just three or four. There are many good golfers, and that's a birdie. That is Abhinav Lohan, another very good player. I think he's an ONGC player and has been very good. He was your teammate, silver in the silver medal winning team. So yeah, so a lot of pedigree all around. So here he should be able to clean up for his par. I'm hoping I am right this time. Yes, so I am right and he makes it par. So let's see him move on to the next hole.
Arjun and Ankur, in fact, has really overhauled his game over the past few years. He's been working with a coach from another country, and the way he has really overhauled his golf swing and gotten a lot more fitter, he has been seeing a lot of benefit from all of that. I think it's been about 3 or 4 years that he's been working on these changes, and if I'm not wrong, it was in late 2020 and this year that it's really started to come together and show the changes in his game. Walking down the fairway now on the 18th hole is Abhishek Jha to my far right, and Hemendra Chaudhary on the left side with Saqib Ahmed walking just besides him.
Abhishek Jha, a very accomplished player and probably the tallest player on tour. I think clocking in at 6 feet 5 inches and hits the ball a tremendous distance. So golf, of course, is like any other game, and the longer levers you have, you're able to hit it further. Like maybe a tennis player who's taller will have a wider arc. So the same holds true in golf, but obviously with a wider arc, control is a little tougher. But I think fans should definitely, when they come back, should follow him and just see the way he hits the driver is a sight to behold, long and far.
In fact, Shaurya, me and Abhishek have been good friends on the pro tour. Funny how we didn't interact so much back in the day when we were juniors and amateurs. And since I turned pro, and we got on to know each other quite well and hung out a fair bit on the golf course and off the golf course. Abhishek, no doubt, is one of the longer hitters on tour. As you can tell from his height, his caddy's almost come into his waist only. And, of course, that helps him to hit it longer, but also it does add a little bit of dispersion to his ball. But, dispersion is a part of the game. For all of us who think that dispersion isn't a part of the game and every pro golfer must just keep hitting the ball straight on, that is really just not the fact. The good players are really made out of missing the ball in various places and knowing how to recover from there. And I think people like Abhishek are the people who learn that art on the job. There we have Dhruv and Abhinav on the 14 tee box having a bit of a laugh. In fact, Abhinav himself also got engaged very recently. Again, very, very fond memories for me with him. We've played hell of a lot of amateur golf together, played a lot of team events together, and we go a long way. We have trained a lot together, and I think he's happy that I'm talking about this, and so are the other two.
So I think it goes to show that Lady Luck is definitely playing a part. So I'm assuming good things are in store for me as well. No, but this is serious business, and that's why between holes you'll find that the players, to relieve the stress, will actually just joke with each other, have a little bit of friendly banter. some players actually maybe even have a wager between themselves to keep things more interesting. It's just everybody has its own style. Lohan Abhinav, as we see on the screen, he went to the Mike Bender Academy, and he has a very peculiar style, as you will see. It's a little different, but it's very good, very consistent. Not much rotation of the hand. It's a very body oriented swing, very controlled swing, and he's a very pure ball striker. And when he gets on a hot streak, there's no stopping him. I've seen him shoot very good rounds, and we're expecting that he can do that. Now, this is the money shot, because, as you would say, is a driver out on the par 5, and let's see what he can do.
The thing about the 14th is that it's a real risk and reward hole. You get that driver going in the fairway, you will have a little long iron into the green thereafter, giving the player a good opportunity at an eagle or a birdie at worst. But of course, accuracy is king and key at the Delhi Golf Club. The fun fact for everyone over here is that Delhi Golf Club actually came into being in the 1930s, and back in the day used to be called the Lodi Golf Course. And in fact, the compound since then has been reduced. Delhi Golf Club used to amass all the way to Kakanagar, as well as a part of golf links back in the day. In the 50s, actually, the boundaries were changed, and it became slightly smaller than earlier. And then golf links was given to people to have homes, while we were left with all of that was required to be able to play golf. There we have Saqib chilling on the 18th fairway. Abhishek, I think, has chipped out, after looking for the ball in the rough, looking at his third shot. Let's see what he does. Abhishek is one of those players who could even get a long iron, almost close to the green from where he's standing. I'm not sure what he's doing here. Looks like he's going for a bit of a layup. Give himself a fourth shot into the green thereafter. Yeah, leaves himself back in the fairway. Will probably attempt to, get his next shot as close as possible to the flag and salvage a par.
For those of our viewers who are just joining us, we are live at the Tata Steel MP Open, sponsored by Just in Time Sports Foundation and presented by the Delhi Golf Club. And we are here at the penultimate day, the moving day as it's called, and Khalin Joshi is leading the pack at 11 under par, followed by Manu Gandas at 8 under par. So at this point in time, Khalin is definitely separating himself from the field, and it's something that he will look to build on. And we are looking at Abhishek Jha. I think he's having a little bit of a struggle on the 18th, and wayward shots are definitely penalized at the Delhi Golf Club. I mean, there is just very little room for error.
Absolutely, Shaurya. And the boon and the bane of a long hitter is that he hits it long. So, the dispersion as far as I hit it will obviously keep increasing. There you have Arjun Chadda, Ankur Chadda, my apologies, lining up what looks like a 3-wood to me, with a pretty looking golf swing. It's really worth a look at. So all of you, just keep your eyes on how he, gets through that golf ball.
A very deliberate player. He's very meticulous with his routine, and everything is just perfect. And I really like how he's consistent, and his golf swing is something that can be emulated by youngsters. It's just every angle is almost perfect. So let's see where he's hit it. It's tough to trace the ball, but I'm assuming it. You can always make out a lot by looking at the player's body language. Body English goes a long way if you can't see the ball. But just looking at the player, if his right shoulder is leaning towards the left, the ball has gone the other way. So they call golf the game of opposites. You'll always know that if somebody's hit it left, he'll be leaning to the right. And if you want to hit it high, you have to hit it down. So yeah, that's another tidbit for you.
That's Abhishek walking down the fairway with his head down, twirling the club there. Not very happy with the way the day is going for him, but hopefully the next 9 holes is going to be going his way.
I think at this point in time, he needs us to remind him he might have lost the battle, but he can still win the war.
Absolutely. In fact, he's not playing too bad. He's at even par for the day. And, going forward, there is no doubt that he can catch up. That's Saqib. Saqib has been a player with a very unorthodox golf swing, and but he is a really solid player. He won his first tournament in Kochi, if I'm not wrong, a couple of years ago. If I may be remembering correctly, I think it was 2018. A brilliant golfer, an unorthodox golf swing, trusts his way around the golf course, flamboyant. All of these things, making really an all-round personality for Saqib to become a good player. He's also been going around and venturing a little bit on the Thai tours over the past couple of years. Of course, COVID has stopped all of this for our Indian players thanks to the regulations that are in travel. Have a look at how he's going to be, using his touch a lot. If you can see, he's using the club head to feel the ground and get that ball to land up a little more softly near the flag. Let's see as to how he uses the undulations to his advantage there.
So there you can see the billboards of our sponsors, Incredible India as well as Tata Group. As we look at the short game, you see that imagination is key. So the player would have imagined the shot many times in his mind's eye before he actually executes it. So we expect this to be a little soft, high shot. And now just a soft, high bump and run. I think he has overdid it a little bit, but that's a good effort. Now that'll leave him with a 3-footer back for birdie.
I'll put my money on Saqib making that putt. Very nicely judged shot there. Gave it a little bit of a softie with his hands. Used the downslope and kept it in his control.
I mean, coming back to our sponsors, I think they play such an important role in this game, and the wider reach of it. So it's very important that their support makes it possible. So it's pertinent that we mention the list of sponsors, associate sponsors that we have for this event.
Of course, no sport, in my opinion, Shaurya, is enough without corporate support. And corporate support, of course, goes a long way in helping us, not only the players, but the tour. And also, just the general, having a sporting culture around the nation is extremely important. And no one better than the corporates to step up and use that as an opportunity, not only to market themselves, but also most importantly to give back to the country and the people of the nation who can involve themselves into positive activities like sports. And the sports, there's no better example than that, where the corporates have entered. We have great sponsors this week in the form of course, Tata is the main sponsor of the event. We have Justin Sports, we've got Fruitnik, we also have American Express is one of the sponsors, and I'll hand it over to Shaurya here. You could elaborate a little bit more on that while Abhishek lines up his part.
So yeah, we're lucky to have a long list of sponsors this week, and let's just go through the list. Obviously the umbrella sponsors of the tour is Tata Group, and we're looking at your old company, Oil India Limited, GAIL, Petronet, Sara Group, Naturewala, Mercury, Kohinoor Foods, Select City Walk, TriFed, Gujarat Tourism, and obviously our tour partners are Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Incredible India, Athletic Drive, and Golf Plus. So all of them play a very important part in this tournament and indeed the tour. So I think golf can be picked up. Coming back to the wider appeal of golf and how important it is. I think it's very important for parents who are looking for their children to pick up a game. This is something that can be picked up as early as possible, and the Delhi golf course, in addition to other golf courses, does a lot for junior golf. You have the camp of excellence, you have the talent program, you have the girl child program, And even, when I was an amateur, we had, playing facilities here as top amateurs, and then, eventually as top professionals. So I think there are avenues for talented players that they can actually, utilize the facilities of a golf course like this. And Rahul, I think, you should, I don't know if you're a gambling man, but you should be, because you would have made a lot of money there. And yeah, so a birdie for Saqib, and that's good. That gets him more into the red numbers. So yeah, coming back, there are many opportunities for children to actually pick up the game and then not just take it up professionally. I think even at a collegiate level, you see a lot of good players like Jeev, Shiv, Ajitesh Sandhu, amongst many others who have actually gone on from here to America and have done their college there and gotten a golf scholarship. And that's actually helped them on an education front and if they want to pursue the game full time. So it's a good stepping stone. And now let's get back to the action here. We have Hamrendra on the 14th hole. So yeah, he's right down the middle. So I think he'll have an important decision to make now, if whether to go for the green or just to lay up.
So Hemendra has been playing alongside Saqib and Abhishek, and I think he got left behind in the woods. Must have been looking for his golf ball or waiting for the referee there. But nonetheless, he's here now, out in the fairway, ready to hit his approach shot into the green. One of the things that I wanted to bring out was how Saqib was actually standing in the middle of his line and trying to feel the ground with his feet, if the viewers must have noticed. And I have, as a coach, experienced this question a couple of times as to what the player is really trying to do over there. So the player is really trying to feel which side of his body is the weight pressure really going to when he's standing on that slope, just to understand that slope for himself. So when he puts his feet in different places, what he's trying to see is which of the feet is feeling more pressure of the body weight, and that helps him understand if that where the slope is really going towards, the gradient of the green and the topography. These are just ways and means that players have developed over time to be able to understand what's in store for them. Hemendra there, just about getting ready. One of the other things that has really changed over the past few years is the speed of play, as Shaurya was mentioning while we were back with the group of Dhruv Shoran. Players now get only 40 seconds for the first, 30 seconds for the other two to hit the shot. People who've played golf can well imagine that 30 seconds feels like no time at all. And although it's a very, very important factor for all the players to look into, otherwise heavy penalties go on for the players. Hemendra there with a really, really good effort, leaves himself a 6-footer going uphill. I'm not sure what that putt is for, might be for a par or a bogey. Spent a little bit of extra time on this hole.
As coming back to slow play and penalties, I would say that's one of my fond memories of the tour. In some respects, I would be the blue-eyed boy for all the referees. I think I am what actually kept them busy. So, but on a serious note, I think slow play is something that is plaguing the game. Slow players ultimately can't seem to make up their mind in time, and what happens is that the other players who actually, the pace of play is slowed down and the flow of the game slows down. So a lot of good rules have come into place which actually sort of make the game a little faster, because it's easier for the viewer as well. But mind you, it's not easy, because now as you see this shot from the rough, there are many decisions to be contended with. Like, this is Dipankar Kaushal, very good ball striker. I think he's from your course and a very good friend of ours. We play a lot of golf together, and he's somebody to be watched out for. I think he's very good with the long game. Sometimes he can make some rash decisions, and that can cost him. But let's see. He's faring well this week, and we wish him well. Now let's have a look at his approach shot into the 18th.
That's where the game of golf really, challenges a person. It's just like life. You're always fighting between the heart and the mind. The heart saying go for it, the mind saying maybe not. And that is really the conundrum that a player is always under. So Dipankar there seems to be latching on to a long iron. And with his buddy and friend who's on his bag this week is Bikramjit Sandhu, who is now, doing other things alongside the sport of golf. Dipankar there swung it. We are hoping we can see the ball much quicker coming towards the green. Not so sure, but of course the camera will take us on to him as he comes closer to the green. The gentleman that you saw earlier hitting his shot was Sanjeev Kumar. Sanjeev is from Lucknow and another solid golfer on the PGTI. Sanjeev has, again, an unorthodox golf swing, hits a little bit of a baby fade into the fairways, and gets along really, really good around the greens.
Coming back to Dipankar, he's a player who's been known to throw caution to the wind. Safe play is something that does not quite exist in his vocabulary, and very exciting for spectators to watch, and because that can show you a different perspective to golf. I mean, if you just risk it all, sometimes you can get a very good round. You can be erratic, but when you're good, you can have a lot of low numbers. And I think for viewers who want to know these players a little more, all of them are on Instagram and have their handles and would be there on the PGTI social feeds such as their Facebook and their website. So that can actually give you a closer perspective into how these players prepare. All of them have very regimented routines. A lot of hard work goes into it, and each golf set, that's something that we haven't really touched upon. How important, how personalized it is. It's like the 14 clubs you have will have so many variables to them. You'll have a lie angle, the weight of the club, the thickness of the grip, and so on and so forth. And that is actually an art that comes down to the tee. Now let's look at Himrendra. So maybe he has this putt for a 6 or 7, we're not sure at this point in time, but he has made the putt, so he's able to mitigate the damage and move on to the next hole.
There we have now on the 14 tee box Aman Raj, and Shaurya, I can already put my bet on it that Aman is going to be hitting this ball into the fairway. He's one of the few players who sports a straw hat on the golf course and has an extremely peculiar way of swinging it through. But a very, very solid golfer since the time he burst out onto the scene of professional golf. He's a Callaway brand ambassador and hits around the ball absolutely straight and a beast around the greens, an absolutely beast with his putter as well as his approach shots. You will hardly find Aman Raj outside of the top 10s and the top 15s on the tour. He's always solid on the number when it comes to the game. Not known very well to be hitting the ball very long, but in an all-round fashion, Aman Raj really brings the entire game together. That's Samarth Dwivedi there. He's also going aggressively with a driver on the 14th. You would usually not find this happening on the Delhi Golf Club. People are usually just lining up. He's also got a bit of a routine going on just before the swing. Samarth, in fact, is also a TPI certified fitness instructor. So all of these things really bring about the personalities of the golfers on and off the course. We have there on the other side of the 14th hole is the 14th green, where Abhinav Lohan, Dhruv Sheoran and Ankur Chadda have reached the green and are now lining up. We are back to the 18th green with Arvind Khanna, the only amateur to have made the cut from the Delhi Golf Club, homeboy, playing alongside Dipankar Kaushal and Sanjeev Kumar Lucknow.
I think that's a commendable effort by Arjun to be the only amateur to have made cut, and it was a very competitive cut going at 2 over par. So this shows you that if you don't necessarily have to be a professional to be a very good player. If you stick to your trade and do what you're good at and are well organized, you can do well. Going back to what we saw on the 14th hole, Rahul, I was actually a little surprised to see Samarth go with the driver, because he's a long hitter, and normally you would have a long hitter on that 14th hole go with an accuracy club. But I think I'm wrong. There's more than one way to skin a cat. That shows you that Aman Raj, a shorter hitter going with the driver and a long hitter also going with the driver. But the penalty for a long hitter missing it on that hole is quite high. I would think that your whole round can unravel in the blink of an eye, because you're actually looking at a birdie and you end up dropping a few shots, and then you're on Delhi Golf Club's Amen corner. It's the 15, 16. They are very tight holes.
This is an amazing game. You could hit the longest of shots and it could leave you in corners that you do not want to be in, and then you recover it nicely, just like what Dipankar has done over here. The other thing that just separating the golf and the fashion side of it a little bit, I see Arvind here is sporting one of those new age ankle trousers that a lot of players, even on the PGA Tour, like the Ricky Fowlers of the game, are doing so. And it's nice and fun to see golf get a new flamboyant look going for itself. Things are changing. It's becoming a more uber cool sport from the old traditional that it used to be. And I think that is really a lovely way to go for each one of us to be able to enjoy this game and see it in a completely different light than it has been seen in the past. What do you think, Shaurya? Would you sport something like that at some point in time?
Yeah, I for one always were confused like what matches what. So I tend to go more conservative. But I'm seeing a lot of players very well dressed and have their color coordination. Maybe they are stylists too. You don't know how the game is growing. So, we can see our amateur wearing a pink shirt and looking dapper in the same. So yeah, I think if you can pull it off, by all means go for it. There we have Bikramjit, his caddying for Dipankar, his dear friend, and Bikramjit himself is a professional golfer, and so Dipankar doing well. So they'll be discussing this part now in detail. It's tough. I keep saying it again, but it's you can keep hammering the point home, but it's so important on the greens. The game is just won there because all your effort to get up to the green, and you'll see the better players. The Rashid Khans and the other players. They're very good at putting. The top pros, they are very good at putting. Anirban Lahiri won. He's a great ball striker. Not playing this week. He's plying his tour on the PGA Tour, but he's devastating. They're very confident and just, it's like a one-touch shot for them.
So I've in the past, Shaurya, played a lot of tournaments with Sanjeev Kumar. And Sanjeev, again, another unorthodox player from Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. And he has a very, very unorthodox action as well as setup. Known to be a really good putter. Clearly brushes the side of the hole and taps it in now for a par. I'm looking forward to seeing what Dipankar does with his birdie putt, as well as Arvind Khanna, who's ready to, put his 3-footer in back into the hole for par. Bikram, of course, is simulating the experience for him and seeing if he's got the right lines up. Dipankar is known to be a flamboyant guy. He is an extremely fun person.
Sorry to cut you off, Rahul, but what's your call for this putt? He's very good with these short ones. Let me make a bet and let's see he makes it. Yes, I think our friendship remains intact and he make that putt. Good for him. Is that a birdie?
Yes, that will be a birdie for him. He's not very happy with the way he's hold it, but he's hold it nonetheless.
That actually goes back to the same thing. A player is never really happy, whether it's a birdie or a par, and the poor caddy always takes the brunt. But I guess that's why the caddy is always on commission. So you live together, you die together.
Yeah, that's why you got friends on the back.
Hopefully they remain friends after this week.
Absolutely, you never know. Golf is just this loveliest sport, always battling the heart and the mind. Players thinking something else, the caddies thinking something else, and they're all trying to make the right decisions through and through the course of 5 hours over a period of 4 days, grueling temperatures, weather conditions, the wind. If it rains, it doesn't stop. Everything just comes into the mix to put this entire sport together. It's just a beautiful emulation of what life is. Arvind there finishing off with his par on the 18th hole. They'll be all going now on to the first. They started from the 10th tee box.
Rahul, that was pretty philosophical there and got us thinking deep about the meaning of life and how this game ties into it. I think we'll end up being philosophers by the end of this week. But for our viewers, if you just look at it, it's so lush green. Golf provides you an opportunity to be at one with nature, and even as a recreational activity, it's definitely to be tried. Now let's have a look at the live leaderboard. We have Khalin, who's really, getting away from the pack, and Thanga from Sri Lanka at 9 under par, Veer at 5 under par, and Manu Gandas at 8. So Shiv Kapoor at 6 under par. So the local favorite is also surging up. I think anybody, realistically speaking, by the end of the day, anybody within 8 to 9 shots of the leader can actually win, because the final day, the nerves are jangling, the pressure is high, and when you're teeing off early, the wind is lower. When you tee off later, so these are the small little factors that make a difference. The leaders are actually playing in slightly tougher conditions, windy. When you're not the leader, you're chasing. It's a little easier because the limelight is not on you. And there we have Shamim Khan on the 18th hole, playing alongside Arjun Prasad. Sorry, that was Ajay Besoya with him.
So, just looking at the leaderboard now, as I was talking earlier about an hour ago about Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh, he is really catching on some heat on this moving day, and he's really doing the movers and shakers on the top end of the leaderboard. Starting at tied 22nd position, he's now up to tied 8th, playing at 5 under par for the day. He's through 12 holes now, and a total score of 5 under par. Lovely seeing him, just get up onto that leaderboard step by step through that round. We have there Arjun Prasad looking for his golf ball. Looks like he's leaked it out a little bit right from the tee box. The cart path might seem like a little thing out there, but it's funny how a small little miss it for a player could take a bounce and go in. That's Divyanshu Bajaj on the 14th hole, another friend of mine from the tour, Calcutta boy. Lovely golf swing, a very solid golfer out there now. Divyanshu Bajaj there, playing alongside Shiv Kapoor, the local favourite. Divyanshu is one of the top players from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. Now playing also with one of his other Bengali compatriots from Bangladesh is Zamal Hussain, a really a good player, solid golfer from that country. Always has stayed on top of tournaments whenever he has competed in the country.
I think we're seeing a lot of good golfers from Bangladesh, and you're seeing they're very good around the green. Siddiqui not here this week, but obviously Zamal doing a lot to keep his country's flag flying high. And Divyanshu has done well over the last few years. He's steadily improved. Normally you see that, improvement in golf is never linear. Always end up reaching a plateau and then struggling for a while and then maybe improving. But we're seeing quite a few players like Divyanshu, who were steadily improved, like M. Dharma from Bengaluru. These are the players actually rising up, and the sky is the limit if they continue. Now, as stated previously, you have to wait for the next group to clear, because a golf ball can do a lot of damage. So they're waiting for the fairway to clear, and we can see that we saw the previous group, they were all chatting and there was a lot of banter going on, but here it's all business. So it basically depends on the personality of the players. So this is what adds more flavor to a tournament. You're seeing them just focused on the task. Maybe somebody will have a pre-shot routine, some sort of superstition. Somebody might just talk to his caddy. So this is actually the mini game within a game. So that's quite interesting.
So another veteran from our tour back in the day was Vivek Bhandari, and at the top left of the screen there, walking alongside his friend Shiv Kapoor. So Vivek Bhandari actually used to be a top pro golfer from the country, has also won the Honda CL Championship back in the day, and I think he's out here to support his fellow Delhiite and the Delhi Golf Club boy Shiv Kapoor.
I think coming back to that, there used to be a tournament back in the day, a match play event here, the SRF match play, and I had the good fortune or bad fortune of playing against Vivek Bhandari. We had a very seesaw match. I was actually 3 up after 9 and ended up losing to him on the 18th. So you can never really count the DGC boys out. They're very good and they know the golf course. And for our viewers who don't know what is match play is a slightly different format. It's a knockout format, pretty akin to, let's say, tennis, where you get seeded and the first seed will play the 64th. Now we see that swing. We have no way of telling whether that's in the fairway or the rough, but we would just hope that's in the fairway. So Rahul, I know you had a little bit of a smirk on that, but obviously we want the players to be in the fairway because we want to show the viewers what birdie is, what an eagle is. If we give all this description and we don't see a lot of that, I think they'll be disappointed.
In fact, if I have Divyanshu playing with me and watching him hit his tee shot, I can tell you that Divyanshu would be on the fairway almost 10 on 10 times. He was checking how his golf swing went there at the back, but definitely not disappointed. I'm pretty sure he's on the fairway or just off it. That's Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, playing 2 under for the day, tied for the 8th position now with a total of 5 under par. Going with a 3-wood off the tee on the 14th.
Jamal is actually a very unassuming sort of player. He would just sneak up on you and win a tournament. When you see him on the golf range, probably not the most impressive ball strikers, diminutive, and just goes about his game, but very organized. So it shows you there are so many different kind of players, and there are players who, just get a score in. So you don't have to paint a picture. It's just a number on the scorecard that just shows you. Now we are here looking at Shiv Kapoor, another classic golf swing. For the viewers who are just learning, I think you can take so much away from this week just by looking at these top players and how they go on about it and emulate that at home. A balanced finish, as they say, is a signature of a good golf swing, and Shiv is able to do that all the time. Any idea of where the ball is at all?
I'm pretty sure it's in the fairway. Again, I'd put my money on Shiv Kapoor again to be able to put this ball in the fairway and go on for this green in 2. Like I was telling you the other time, just about an hour or 2 ago, about him hitting driver of each and every tee box on this golf course at one of the Asian Tour events. It takes me back to one of the points, Shaurya, that you were speaking about. I think golf is such a great equalizer. You do not everyone keeps on thinking that you have to be a superb ball striker to be able to play this game. Actually, that is just not true. Even a repeatable ball striker like a Jamal Hussain can always be on top of the leaderboard. At the end of the day, there are so many aspects to this game. If we have repeatability and if we are good around the greens, we can definitely give ourselves good scores and good chances to be able to play well. Also, thought processes really make a huge difference. So instead of putting immense amount of pressure onto his long game, maybe trying to gain yardage, trying to compress the ball harder, instead of doing all that, maybe Jamal just spends more and more time around the greens and works on his scoring way more, and that's what works for him. And over the years, I've seen him. I've been playing with Jamal since my amateur days. I've played against him at tournaments in Bangladesh, away from Bangladesh, where he was representing his country, I was representing mine. And the guy has always stayed steady, always held a very, very solid game, keeps it sharp, keeps it simple, nothing complex about his game. Repeatability through and through, doing it over and over again is the key for him. And he does it beautifully with a lot of elan, keeps it nice, keeps it sweet. Also a very, very nice guy, keeps it very, very less low on stress on the golf course, keeps it easy, very chitter chatter kind of a person around the greens.
Yeah, I mean, it just, he exemplifies golf in a way, because, his ability, his finishing, the way he is, it's so different than other players, but he gets it done. So in golf, as you said, it's a great equalizer. It provides such a platform that anybody, you can showcase your talents and compete. And the good thing about the PGTI or events happening, even the co-sanctioned events and the joint events that happen in India, they're actually free for all viewers to view. Majority of the events are just free. Unfortunately, this week, due to COVID regulations, we could not have a crowd. So I think that's a great opportunity for parents. That's a great opportunity for parents and everybody else to just get their children along, and even for other connoisseurs of the game. If you just want to see some great golf, just head on over, just go over to the PGTI website, see the tournament sheet, see when the tour is visiting your city, have a look at the players, see the live action. I think this is an opportunity which is second to none. And with the advent of world ranking points, as we had previously mentioned, you'll see so many more international players compete here. At my time and your time, we were just seeing the start of that, and now you have a lot more depth in the field.
Absolutely. In fact, the depth of the field has gone up over the last 3 or 4 years. And as we go along, I keep seeing that the scores keep getting better and better. The depth keeps getting better and better. And more players punched up on one number. More and more players at under pars for the tournament. More and more cut lines getting thinner and thinner around par and under par figures. One of the most iconic tees here, and our man here setting up the cameras for the day, that's Vivek Bhandari again, hanging around on the 14 tee box. One of the most iconic tee boxes that you would ever see, actually, because we've got the 13th hole coming in from one side, we've got the 15th hole coming in right at the back of this tomb that you're looking at, and we also have the 14th and the 16th tee boxes both in one place. Usually at a tournament, the people are waiting for either the 14th guy tees off first or the 16th guy tees off first, in case there are both of the groups on the tee box. There also you have Honey Besoya there having a little chatter with the legend from Delhi Golf Club, Vivek Bhandari. He's had a really, really stellar career back in the past along with his pro life. And that's Rashid Khan just about coming into the frame there. Another top golfer, a fond friend of mine from the tour, as well as played a lot of amateur golf around him. The only thing, the qualm that I have with him is he never let me get to the number one figure for 2 years. I was trailing him at number 2 on the amateur tour, and I'm waiting for that day when I will take that revenge.
Yeah, luckily I never really had that problem, Rahul. I was the best I reached was number 3, so I never quite looked up that high. So, for me, he's still a good friend because I let him retain that spot. But on a serious note, he's a very good player. Again, not the best at any one department, but really consistent, very good with the putter, and I would say mentally he is right up there. I still remember on the 18th hole there was a playoff for an Asian Tour event, and he did not flinch once and just took out the driver and striped it down the middle. I thought that was very impressive, the way he handled that, and that's what really separates a champion from the others. I mean, the viewers have to understand, you start a tournament with 126 players, so the probability of winning is even less than 1%. So the competition is so high. It's not like other games, like let's say any other football. You'd have 2 teams competing and one wins, but here to actually win a tournament, you're losing most of your life as a professional golfer, so you really have to have a lot of mettle. Here we have Arjun Prasad. I think that is the 18th hole. That looks like his 3rd shot. We can't quite see it, so somewhere around the vicinity of the green. He's obviously not that happy. Body language actually gives it away. So, coming back to it, there are a lot of good players in India. Rashid has won a lot of tournaments here as well as abroad on the Asian Tour. Gaganjit Bhullar, another very promising player. There are just so many actually. We'll still end up missing many, but from my time, obviously the players that I played with, this was a crop which are now doing us proud, and I think an honorable mention obviously to Aditi Ashok. What she has done for the game of golf is just mind-boggling. It's so unfortunate that she missed her medal by a mere stroke, but she opened the horizon and showed what's possible. For all of us, that's like a watershed moment in Indian golf. We've had success at the PGA Tour thanks to Arjun Atwal, but never have we been at such a big global stage where you actually just, a medal is within the grasp. And I think her performance was as good as a medal. Recovering from an illness and still playing so well, and actually inspiring another generation of golfers. I think I myself am very impressed by her game, and it just shows you that with the advent of the Olympics and things in reach, people are much more motivated. They're working harder. They have the sights set on the ultimate aim. So the Olympics is actually giving you an opportunity to compete with the likes of Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy, and so on and so forth. And for Aditi Ashok, it was she was ranked way behind but finished 4th. So and now she's doing so well. So it's really impressive, and I think Indian golf is going places, and with some more viewership and people actually getting engaged. The good thing is that all our players are really affable, reachable, and I think not one would say no if you want to learn the game and just maybe just hang around for a round of golf. You can just learn so much from them.
Since we're talking about the Olympics, it's been one of the greatest things that has happened to the game of golf since 2016 came around. That was the first time that golf was played at the Olympics, and really has changed the face of it for us, especially in India, since Aditi, missed it just by a whisker. And in my opinion, she didn't miss the bronze; she missed the gold because a player who's playing at that level, who's competing at that level, playing so well. A 2 or 3 shot gap is really a matter of couple of holes here and there, a couple of putts here and there, and I'm sure she was vying for the gold medal and not really the bronze. So I always have this thing that she was playing for the gold and not for the bronze. You have Arjun there chipping it up the slope just like Sakib did earlier, and he's gone out a little bit further away from the flag. He's left himself a slightly uphill putt. I think this is for a 5 or a 6. His body language is sort of not so good at this time. He's not very happy with what has gone around this hole. I think he had lost the ball out with his tee shot onto the right side of the fairway and then had to chip it out back into play. The going back to Aditi and the Olympics, and one of the fine things that I have noticed in the past couple of months is, one, of course, is that the number of people who went online and watched the Olympics at 4 a.m. in the morning. I mean, imagine a country where not many people are aware of the sport of golf, and suddenly, because of this girl who is just about to win a medal, so many Indians from various parts of the country, from the various walks of life, end up watching this sport on live television or on the live internet. And that really changed things for all of us, because suddenly people who had no idea about golf started to think about why not play this game, and they started to think about what is so special about this game, how to play it, how to approach it, how to be able to access it. And I think that is a sea change, because that is what inquisitiveness really would help. Arjun there makes his putt and gets the 18 hole out of his way. Not super happy, but looks super relieved. Walking on now to the first hole, as he has just finished the back 9. He teed off from the 10th hole. One of the other things that I've noticed in the past couple of months has been the excitement and the children that I interact with on the golf course. Playing, practicing, they're all trying to learn the game of golf, trying to hone their skills. I see this newfound excitement in them, wherein they actually want to get that medal. They understand the meaning of that medal. A lot of them sat at home with their parents at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. in the morning and watched Aditi playing. And these kind of memories really go a long way, and that's what really has been for me or for other fellow compatriots of mine. Why did they get into the game of golf? They saw the excitement around it. They felt the excitement around it. They played a sport that they wanted to hone their skills at, a place which gave them happiness, a place where they wanted to just zone in just on that golf ball and just on that swing, and trying to improve their scores over a period of days, months, hours, sweating it out and whatnot. So, all of these things will help propel the sport, and we can already see the difference coming up. A live leaderboard again in front of us. On the 18th green, Kalin Joshi is leading the pack by 3 shots at 12 under par. Tanga Raja follows him at 9 under par. We also have Angad Chima, who's sprung up now at 4 under par for the day through 12 holes, up at 9 under par. Another good friend of mine getting up to the tight second position. Karthik Sharma also maintaining himself very, very well through the day, the lefty, 2 under par with a total of 8 under, tied with Manu Gandas. And it's a really, really good star-studded field. Abhijit Chadha also making a little bit of a run to get into the top 10 at 3 under par now through 15 holes. Another solid golfer hits it an absolute mile. We have Shiv Kapoor not very happy with the missed opportunity there. Taps it in there. We have Jamal now getting ready for his putt. We're not sure if these putts are for birdie or for par, But I am sure that Cullen now has given himself a 4-shot lead. After 10 holes, he's gone up to 13 under par in total score and 4 under par for the day after making another birdie on the 10th hole. Zamal there getting ready for his own birdie putt.
Thank you, Rahul, for handling the fort while I was away for a little snack break. Um, as you see, these players don't get much of a break. They have to keep going on for 4.5 hours, and now coming back to something like nutrition, that's ignored, but that's very important during the entire round, because sometimes you could have oppressive conditions. Today, thankfully, the weather is good and we're in the good time of the year, but the players could be facing, rain, hailstorm. They would still have to continue. The rules of golf state that you actually continue your golf round until there is lightning, thunder, which actually, places a risk to life, or there is something like a strong hailstorm. So there have been times that in my career I've had to go through playing, just through rain, and these players are so accustomed to playing through tough conditions. So not just a good game, you require to be really well organized, because, the golf glove, which is normally worn on the left hand by a right-handed player, that's durable, but if if it gets wet, then you have to control the club, and then the set gets wet. So it's just like, an avalanche of problems with ill weather. So that's also something that the players have to contend with, but not that it's relevant this week. So all we have is clear blue skies and a green golf course. I mean, it doesn't really get better than this.
Shaurya, you do make golf sound like a war zone, but it's really a lot of fun as well. It does have its own challenges in place, but yes, it does have a lot of fun, entertainment, a lot of learning, a lot of camaraderie among people, a great atmosphere to be in. Who gets to be in the middle of a city in so much of lush greenery? It's really a far-fetched dream for all of us over here, isn't it?
Well, Rahul, the game always came very easy to you. For me, it always felt like a war zone, unfortunately. But yes, of course, yeah. The players are, enjoying this tournament at a historic place like the Delhi Golf Club. Now we are again at the 14th hole, and this is Dhruv Sharan. So you're seeing a more conservative approach, going with the iron of the tee, and just to keep it in the fairway, because the longer hitter, mind you, can actually get there in two. So here, I think we have a backlog of groups, as we had spoken earlier, or maybe there's a group that's teeing off for the 16th. So let's just have a look at the tee shot now. That's Angad Chima in your frame. He's actually teeing off on the 14th. So there was a group. There's a common tee, and both the tee offs are in diametrically opposite directions. So the players actually have to wait for the other group and give them right of way, and then actually take on their shot. So Angad again going with the driver. Here you can see him discussing with his caddy what would be the best way. So it again goes back, the caddies are actually very educated on the game of golf, and when you start the game, your first instructor is always the caddy, and there's a special bond that develops, and over the years, players actually have their caddies all the way if they're really successful. Like Anirban had his caddy, I think, who was with him at the Augusta Masters as well. So shows you that the relationship is one of the most important that a player will ever form. And here in our picture, we also have M. Dharma, the very good player from Bengaluru. In the last 3-4 years, he has really shown, played a lot of amateur golf alongside him in the earlier years of professional golf, and he's been a consistent worker and actually has done well, and has an experienced hand on his bag as well, in terms of his caddy. A good team they make. And now let's go to the tee. So the group of the 16th is just walking off, and this is an elevated tee, so actually makes it a lot more tougher when the wind is up. So sometimes you'll see players actually pluck the grass, and you'd ask yourself why that is. That's actually to determine the direction of the wind, and that can help them adjust their starting line. So what players would do in a sense, like if the wind is strong from the right to left, they'd actually start right and then let the wind do the work. And as you improve as a player and a ball striker, wind does not have that much of an effect on your game. So you'd see better players actually have a lot more compression compression means the amount of force that is put on the ball and how much it spins back. So it gets less affected by the wind, and the longer hitters normally have more compression on the ball.
You know, a fun fact for the viewers would be when we talk about compression, it really means that this ball can is actually squeezed along with the club face, and then it actually propels further. So if you look at a few videos of good players who compress the ball enough, you can actually turn this ball into the size of a coin once it contacts the club, and then it bulges back into its original shape and moves forward. That is really the spring effect of compressing it hard enough. There we have a player from the bunker trying to get it up close to the flag there.
Oh, Cullen is really running away from the pack. He's like a horse who's leading a race, and this is really impressive. This track is familiar to him, and I think he can smell blood right now.
Absolutely. Cullen has been in form, for the past couple of years, actually. He's been leading the pack in many tournaments and doing well right here as well. Also, this golf course brings in good memories for him. He's also won an Asian Tour event here in 2019. And that, of course, brings a little bit of confidence into the mix for him, giving him more of an impetus to go around the golf course. Although the golf course is really not the same as earlier. But Cullen hails from the KGA Golf Club in Bangalore, which also has tough conditions, undulating greens, and I think that must play as a little bit of an advantage for him over here, as he also gets a lot of undulations on these greens.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, positive performances actually reinforces belief. And you'll see the players who win normally are the players who won before. It's very tough to break out and have a victory. And once you have that victory under your belt and you have a solid game, I think you keep moving onwards and upwards. And that's where Cullen is. And really, I believe he has it in him to be amongst the top 50 players in the world. He's a great ball striker. In fact, many a times we'd play golf with our friends, and I truly believe that, this crop of Indian golfers that we have, these young Indian players, they are really next to, you can make them stand shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world. They really have it in them to reach there. Anirban has shown it, Jeev, Jyoti, and the future is just so exciting for Indian golf. Now, you're here on the 14th, and that's a very tricky shot. And that can happen when you were behind the bunker and the ball gets stuck under the grass and the bunker. So that's a very tricky shot because you have nowhere to hit the ball. So, if you hit it too fat behind it, it sort of stays there. And as you can see, it's just compounding disaster. And here you can lose your head in a jiffy and you would not really know. And you can see the undulation which is there, a steep slope. So now his shot coming back from the bush, I think that's Harinder Gupta, if I'm not wrong. That's Shravan Desai. I'm sorry for that mistake. So, he really has his work cut out from those trees. He'd do really well to get down in 3 from there.
Interestingly, Shaurya, Shravan is a player from Ahmedabad. He plays at the Kalhar Blues and Greens. And, there's another top-notch golf course where he practices. In fact, one of the things about Shravan is that he's a rookie on tour, and he's also paired up here with Hani Besoya and Rashid Khan, who are, of course, stalwarts of the game by now and top leaders of money orders, in fact, on the Asian Tour as well as in India. And that does bring in a little bit of nerves along with it. As much as we try to ignore it, it does bring in a little bit. And Shravan, yes, as Shaurya mentioned earlier, has a little bit of work cut out for him. The interesting fact about Shravan is that he's actually, if I'm not wrong, he's a Kenyan and lives here and practices here, plays the PGTI, has also played a lot of amateur golf in India. There we have Abhijit Singh Chadha on the 18th hole, getting ready with a long iron into the green on the 18th. Abhijit is a long hitter of the golf ball, probably teed off with a fairway wood or another 2-iron off the tee box on the 18th, getting ready for his approach onto the 18th. Abhijit there hitting a controlled second shot back onto the fairway. He's not going for the green there. Actually, Shravan Desai holds the Indian nationality, but his parents do live outside of India. And so he still carries his Indian passport around.
So we apologize for that small error. And so Shravan has also, just turned pro very recently. So I think doing well at the Delhi golf course is a good start to a career. A big coincidence that, Rahul, actually, I played my first professional golf tournament at the Delhi Golf Club. My first round was, in fact, a 3-under. Unfortunately, it all sort of unraveled from there and went downhill, but it was an amazing memory playing here and, being amongst the third, fourth leader group on the final day. I can tell you, this experience is second to none. Being a professional golfer and playing the last few groups, it's an exhilarating experience, and you experience all kind of emotions, and you're in a shot for victory. As long as you're there on the final day within 7 to 8 shots, the excitement level is high, you're focused, you're in the zone, and everything that you think you've worked for all your life actually comes together. So that is what is so exciting about this game. It's an individual sport, and there's so many components, and I think the fact that on the final day anybody is realistically is in with a shot, it keeps everybody motivated. So many times we think that in other sports it's either you win or it's second loser, but that's not the case here in golf, because you're actually competing with so many players, and you have world ranking points for this event up till the 5th point. So every position is important. So you'll never really come across a golfer who's just given up if he's not winning. That's not the case, because the margins are so fine. You pick up points and you live to fight another day, and then that's actually true here. So you'll see that players will be fighting for these world ranking points, apart from just the prize money, which is very handsome this week as well.
Absolutely, Shaurya. You couldn't have summed it up better than that. We have alongside Abhijit here playing Mohammad Sanju and Raju Ali Mola, both from Calcutta. Both also good friends playing alongside each other. As you viewers must know that the final day and the penultimate day pairings are all done by scoring. So wherever you are, according to the scores that you've shot the first 2 days, is how you are going to be bunched up on the draw sheet on the final 2 days. So Abhijit there, of course, is getting ready. Raju as well, getting ready. Mohammad Sanju, another good ball striker, uses a lot of his body to turn through the shot and compresses the ball super hard. Abhijit is going to be using his range finder to get his yardage for his third shot into the green.
Abhijit is one of the longest hitters on tour, so it's a surprise to see him here in 2. I think he must have had some trouble off the tee. But he's also one of the breed of the newer players, and the players who are able to hit the ball well beyond 300. It's at maybe 10 years ago you had maybe 2 or 4 players like this, but now the prevalence of long hitters is massive. I mean, you have maybe half of the field can hit the ball 300 yards. So it's really you're able to separate yourself from the pack. Earlier if you were a long hitter, now just to keep up you have to be a long hitter.
One of the things that experience really teaches you, and I think that's what Abhijit is doing over here, is that even though he was in the fairway with his tee shot, he has decided to lay up because he probably has thought that getting a full wedge shot into the flag is going to be better for him to set himself up for a birdie. And this is one of the things that we tend to miss out, especially the club amateurs tend to miss out, at how each golfer is trying to maximize his potential according to the course and the strengths of his game, rather not only just by what the book says, that if you're a long hitter, you go and hit a full shot in. And there, as you can tell, Abhijit's gone, attacked the flag, left himself a nice 6-7 footer going back towards the hole for a birdie. And, this is what really sums up the game. Being a long hitter does not mean that you keep muscling your way through the golf course. You have to also get wise through the golf course. Strategy holds such an important part of this game. It's not even funny how much of a part that can really play in helping you maximize your potential as a player. In fact, I remember I've always had a love and hate relationship with Delhi Golf Club. Had some terrific holes, some not so good ones. I was always very erratic off the tee back in the day. But as time went by, I realized that, there was a different way that I had to attack Delhi Golf Club. I shouldn't be playing it the way I would play another golf course. Sanju there, hitting it past the hole, but still well out. He seemed like he was in a little bit of a bad lie in the bunker there, and has given himself a look at birdie, but of course it's a little longish look at birdie. Raju there, walking back onto the green. Met him yesterday, a lovely, lovely gentleman from Calcutta, plays at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club on a regular basis. That would be his home course. Another historic golf course, the second oldest golf course in the world, that would be. Delhi Golf Club, of course, has got enough amount of history backing it, with all the tombs inside, all the buildings being old Mughal time buildings, where the old clubhouse and the new clubhouse all are situated.
You know, this 18th hole has so much history. You know, it just takes you back, you know, memories. I think even if you our tour commissioner, Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, I think he made an albatross on this hole. So that is something that the viewers would really. It's an exciting piece of trivia. You know, he hit his first shot and second shot was in the hole. He was given a prize during that. So anything is possible in golf, and you know, memories like this actually make a course and a hole timeless. So this 18th hole has just seen, you know, absolute the making of giants, if you may. So yes, we are seeing these players, and you know, one of them will, you know, be victorious on the final day, and they're just going through the trials and tribulations at this point in time. That bunker is really causing a lot of trouble. As you saw, Sanju would not have expected that he'll be struggling on this hole now. That bunker shot is indeed tough.
Absolutely, Shaurya. In fact, you know, that bunker is about 20 to 25 yards away, the front lip of it, from the front edge of the green. And any longish bunker shot always poses a little bit of problem for any sort of a golfer, no matter how well honed in their skills they might be. Raju there, just about leaving his birdie putt, tad short of the hole, knock it in now for his par effort. You know, one of the facts that I always remember, my memories of the Delhi Golf Club actually started when I watched one of the Indian Opens back in the day. I was a little youngster who had just started playing golf. I came around to watch the Indian Open happening here. And I remember on the 18th hole, Jyoti Randhawa was leading the pack. And he used to have this Mizuno 2-iron, and he hit two of those to get up onto the green and safely two-putt into a birdie and win that Indian Open. If I'm not wrong, that was the second Indian Open consecutively that he had come around on this golf course to win. Sanju there now, showing us his finesse.
You know, actually, that's a good point that you bring forward. Jyoti is actually going strong even now. I mean, he can give any youngster a run for his money in terms of his game of fitness. Unfortunately, he had to withdraw this week, I think, due to an injury. But I'm sure he'll be back soon, you know. So now we're seeing that Sanju should be able to make his par. We're on the 18th hole. And so, yes, so you'll also see that in golf on the final 2 days, to make sure that the round is finished as early as possible, so that the other people who are the recreational golfers can then play, that the tee-offs are done from both the tees simultaneously. Sometimes you will have, you know, 2 players on the final day, but majority of the times you'll have 3 players teeing off, and, you know, the leaders will tee off at the end. But, you know, on the flip side, you'll have the same, maybe somebody who's 25th or 50th will be teeing off from the 10th hole. So you have, the golf course is always occupied at one point in time. The idea is to have each hole occupied by a group. So that actually is a very efficient way of utilizing time. And, you know, when we start in the first 2 days, you have 126 players actually going through. So it's very important to get things done in time, because daylight saving hours and so on and so forth. So that's important. Now let's look at this birdie attempt. Is that Rahul?
Yes.
Okay. What's your bet now, Rahul? We haven't heard one of those for a while.
My money on Abhijit.
Oh, yes. I'm not going to give that to you because I was a little late, but yes, good birdie. So it shows you that a long hitter can have finesse as well. You know, he's not just a one-trick pony.
You know, an all-round game is what is required to be on the top of the leaderboards. Playing a sport like golf, you cannot leave any of the aspects out of the mix. You've got to hit it straight, you've got to hit it long, you've got to have control of that ball, you've got to have a great shot game, various kinds of shot, and most importantly, you've got to be really versatile with your thinking. to be able to process newer golf courses, newer conditions. These players are just coming off the J&K tournament that they played up in Srinagar. And, that golf course to this golf course is the world of a difference. And on the flip side also is the weather conditions, coming from a pleasant, slightly cold weather with cold, heavy winds, and the Dal Lake playing a long part. And here we have now the players playing at Delhi Golf Club in heat. Now, we've got players from this group have already finished the round of golf and finishing up for the day.
So what happens actually when you finish your round is that you actually report your opponent's score and they report your score and you write your score. So golf, golf, as I come back, integrity is sort of built into golf from a start. So you have to report on your own score. So it's very unique in that way. You don't have a referee or an umpire keeping your score. Referees are there to help you in case there's a ruling or something requires a clarification, but there's nobody actually keeping an eye on you or so honesty is placed upon oneself here, and so you write your score, your marker checks it, you check their score, and you get 5 minutes, and then you submit your card. But it's a very cruel, unforgiving game, because if you do make a mistake, you write the wrong score and you leave the scorer's desk and you leave the scoring area, you can be disqualified. So that has happened to, I think that happened to SSP Chaurasia by mistake. He signed the wrong card and he was disqualified. So some might find that harsh, but those are some of the tenets of this game, and they are followed. So after a hard day's work, I think it's very important that you take good 10 minutes and recheck everything and recount your round and put in the correct score. Now we're back again here at the 14th. We have the groups. We can see Shiv Kapoor on the 16th, and here we have Viraj on the 14th.
So we've got a group here with Viraj Madappa and Karandeep Kochar playing now the 14th hole. Viraj is one of the finest ball strikers that you would see swinging around the golf course. He is also a winner on tour, and he's also won an Asian Tour event in Bangalore a couple of years ago. And they are playing alongside Sunit Chaurasia on the 14 tee box. Viraj, of course, going with his 3-wood, and Karandeep will be going with his driver. Fine golfers that they are. Viraj actually is a huge compressor of the golf ball and can hit it a mile. Absolutely sweet swinger of that golf club. And Karandeep Kochar, very, very steady ball striker, hits it pretty straight on, knows the way he wants to go around with his business around the golf course.
And there in the background, you have the familiar figure of Vivek, who's just enjoying his day in the sun, and his friends and compatriots. He's able to look from the outside and enjoy the game. That's something you rarely get to do when you're competing, because you're so in the moment. Oh, that is a really good swing. If I ever saw any, this is right there with any in the world. So I think he's veered a little bit to the left, but that's a good long hit by Viraj. So he should be able to get there with an iron. And for our viewers who've just joined us, we are live at the Tata Steel MP Open presented by Delhi Golf Club and Just in Time Sports Foundation. So we are on the penultimate day of the tournament, and this is shaping up to be a very interesting competition, and it's being led by Khalin Joshi, the player from Bengaluru, who's at 13 under par and now holding a 4-shot lead over Angad Chima, who's climbing up, the lad from Chandigarh. He's been a good player. I think a few years ago he was ranked number 3 on the order of merit, and now making a good comeback. As you can see, the leaderboard is bunched up, and you almost have close to, I think, 20 players within 10 shots. It's exciting, and towards the end of the pack, some players are having a tough time because this revamped Delhi golf course is unforgiving.
Karandeep Kochar from Chandigarh leading the pack of the order of merit of the PGTI this year, getting ready for his tee shot on the 14th, the par 5. Viraj has left himself a nice, probably a long iron in, maybe a 5 or a 4 iron for his second, and hopefully he gets that up onto the green. Karandeep. Karandeep is fondly called as Cooch around by his friends on the tour. Has hit it down. Can't really make out where the ball has landed up, but I'm assuming that the ball's pretty much close or on the fairway. The camera hasn't been able to catch it, but that usually can be a little bit of a struggle to be able to find the ball. If our viewers saw it, Sunit Chaurasia went with an iron off the tee box, while Karandeep has gone around with his driver and Viraj with his 3-wood. Everyone playing according to how they can maximize their potential. Sunit is not really having the best of days, neither is Karandeep today, but nonetheless, they're out there fighting it out, hole after hole, shot after shot.
Yeah, it's indeed very competitive. Let's also just run through the leaderboard right now. So we have Cullen at 13 under par. At second place is Angad Chima at 9 under par. Thanga Raja from Sri Lanka is at 9 under par. Viraj is tied on fourth place with Kartik Sharma. Manu is at 6 under par. Abhijit Chadha, who we just saw finishing his roundup, is at 5 under par. So, and Zamal Hussain and Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan and M. Dharma are tied at 5 under par. So that, and Veera Lawat, Chikkarangappa, they sort of conclude the top 10. So it's an exciting tournament, and you're seeing the Indian players are dominating it, and we're seeing a few international players doing well as well. So it's turning out to be a very exciting tournament for tomorrow. If you were to select maybe 2 or 3 players who can actually go all the way, who would it be for you?
It's very clear, Shaurya, from this leaderboard that Cullen is leading the race by about 4 shots now, and it is going to be, of course, important that he stays in the lead. But if I was to just leave Cullen out, of course, he's leading the pack, so he is, taken for granted that he's probably going to be leading the pack still tomorrow. But if I was to really place my money on someone, I would definitely do that on Angad as well as Thangaraja. I think Angad has been playing really well, and to take this forward, I'm sure he's got his foot on the gas to be able to pull through an even deeper round. Here on, he's 4 under through 12, and I'm expecting that he'll probably catch on another 2 or 3 birdies through the day over the next 6 holes before he finishes. Thanga, again, is a very, very solid golfer and very, very solid with his ball striking. I wouldn't think that he's going to miss a single shot around the golf course. And he has also had a very, very good career on the Delhi Golf Club. Very good around the greens, also a damn good tee shot player. So I think Thanga also will be a difficult person to keep off Cullen's back. So Angad and Thanga both, I think, will be troubling Cullen over the next day.
I think you're right on the money, and as soon as I asked that question, I kind of realized it's almost a moot point, because it's so tough to pick, from the challenging bunch, because everybody is just so good. There are multiple tournament winners, there are young players coming through, and it's actually quite tough. I actually think that Manu Gandas is very consistent, and maybe he can come through as well. But something the viewers have to keep in mind, that if you have a gap of, let's say, 6 or 7 strokes, then it's very tough to actually, sort of fulfill that on the final day. So, it's very rare for the leader to capitulate on the final day if he has a good cushion. But that's where Delhi golf course is different, because each hole there is trouble on either side. It rarely happens in a golf course that you don't have a bailout area. You have to focus so much. So that's why the hopeful bunch is always there and putting pressure on the leader. But I think you're right. It's Angad, Thangaraja, maybe even, a dark horse can be Shiv Kapoor, who can really come up with something amazing tomorrow. So, I mean, it could be anyone. But, I think Cullen has definitely stamped his authority. He's the man to watch, and Angad is also having a brilliant run, 4 under. If he can actually just get into double digits, I think Angad is also, a good contender for the title.
Absolutely. In fact, a 4-shot lead at Delhi Golf Club is honestly nothing. It just takes, a couple of errors over here. So everybody has to always be on their toes, including Cullen, including Angad and Thangaraja, and all the other notables in the field. It's interesting to see that Sunith has actually hit his iron far down the fairway, just past Viraj's 3-wood and just past Cooch's, who is Karandeep, his driver. So, it's a really, really interesting fact to look at So there we have Karandeep now lining himself up in the bunker. Looks like he's taken in with an iron, so he's going to lay up for this par 5, the 14th. Another iconic hole. A lot of things change around the 14th hole. Usually you could make an eagle and you could make a double bogey just like that. And that's what Delhi Golf Club is. It's a challenge through and through. You pick up the pieces and walk along. That's what you do over here. And there you go. Leaves himself a little bit behind, but hopefully back in the fairway. Doesn't seem extremely worried about it. Seems all right. Caddy's going back to rake the bunker. You know, the etiquettes of the game are extremely important. Raking the bunker, repairing divots, repairing pitch marks. You know, care for the course is extremely important when you're playing this game. Being humble and you know, respecting the course before yourself is very important. Keeps you grounded and makes you understand that, you know, golf is far greater than the player. It's the sport bigger than the player at all times.
Yes, absolutely. And as we saw, Viraj had a long tee off, but he's choosing a conservative approach. I think he's laying up. So obviously he's taking the safer route because you know, a mishit like we saw previously can really cost you dearly when you're high up on the leaderboard. So a very classic golf swing set up, and really that's so aggressive through the ball, and that's something for good youngsters to emulate. You know, I think when you start the game as a junior, it's important. I think Greg Norman used to say that it's, you know, learn how to hit the ball far and learn to control it later. I think that really holds true, and the new breed of golfers are actually taking that. I'm wrong. He's actually taken out his putter, so I'm sorry for the viewers. He's actually gone for the green in 2, and he had a very lofted club, Rahul, so maybe nothing more than maybe a 7 or a 8 iron, in fact. So that is quite the shot. I'm interested to see where that would be. This is really stuff that legends are made of.
Absolutely, that looked like an 8 or a 9 iron to my eye, and I'm also surprised that he picked up the putter thereafter. Looks like that 3-wood was hit a long way off the tee box. And this, you know, Viraj is known to be one of the better ball strikers on tour. Hits it a far way, and of course does it extremely classily throughout the golf course. You know, being a tournament winner on the Asian Tour is no mean feat, and looks like what we see through that camera lens now is a ball quite close to the flag. Looks like that's Viraj with his short iron approach shot. So superb play here at the Delhi Golf Club today on Thursday, and you know, all the field with star-studded players. Some of them doing extremely well, some of them, you know, falling through the cracks, but most of them really pushing their way up the leaderboard, pressing on that gas pedal through the penultimate day known as the moving day for golfers. Suneet also has given himself a bit of a pitch and putt kind of a place. He's left himself just short of the bunker on the 14th hole, and hopefully he can get that really close to the hole.
You know, if that ball is, and I think it is indeed Viraj's ball, that shot is simply out of the world. I mean, words can't do justice to what a good golf shot that is. This is a par 5, and mind you, he's there with like a 2-foot putt for eagle. For our viewers, I mean, this is, and he's repairing his pitch mark, so that's where the ball pitch probably went up a little up the slope and came back. This is phenomenal. I mean, just shots like that, you know, can be defining. Maybe that's his move towards the tournament. He should just make the putt, and that's a 3. And you know, I'm just excited to watch this level of action on the PGTI. It shows you that it's competitive, cutthroat, and there's not an inch given here.
You know, another thing that is to be noticed here is if you look at the new crop of players, the youngsters like Viraj and Suneet as well as Karandeep, the 3 guys in this group, all of them are really athletes. You know, all of them fit on top of their games, attacking flags, you know, taking on some risks. And that's what the game is really made of. You have to balance it all out, you know, take the hard pill to swallow at some time, go aggressive on others, and that's what Viraj has really done over there. And if he makes that putt, we are seeing him now at 8 under par. He would go up all the way to 10 under par, just leaving himself and Cullen 3 shots gap there. So we're looking forward to what he does on that putt. Suneet there aggressively taking on that shot and leaves himself a nice look at birdie. That appears to me like a 2 to 3 foot putt that he might be left with. Amazing short game player, Suneet, nephew of SSP Chaurasia, fondly known as Chippat Chaurasia. So that's where he gets that action from.
I think Suneet told us that forget me not. I mean, that's, you know, the difficulty of these shots I mean, the camera can't do justice to how tough these shots are. You know, you're blindsiding yourself. There's maybe about 10 feet of green, and he's hitting such a good shot, just pitches top. So this just top shelf stuff from our players right here. It's really, you know, turning out to be an exciting week. What's also important is that you see that the demeanor of the players, you know, when there's a great shot, you know, they treat adversity, you know, equally as they would triumph. You know, that holds true, and the players who can do that and not get affected by the, you know, ebbs and flows of the game are really going to come up top. Now you see this shot is extremely difficult. I think we are viewing the 13th hole, and you see the undulation. The green is a lot higher, and the player's ball is probably about 5 to 7 feet below. So if this does not pitch in the correct place, you can actually have this ball roll off the green. So the level of touch and execution actually required is perfect. So you'll see the player visualize, take a lot of practice swings, and he's actually even taken off his glove to get a better feel of the shot. And this just comes down to hours of practice and execution. So that's a bump and run, and I think he's done really. Oh, he has done really well, and I think. Oh, that's another effect, and we couldn't control our excitement. That's a brilliant shot, and this is what we are here for. So as we say, these guys are good, you know. These guys are really good. And, you know, seeing shots like that, he's saying, hold up, I'm here as well. And that's Chika Rangappa, you know, as again, you know, that takes him up to 6 under par. So Rahul, I think we'll have to include more people in our contenders list.
Absolutely. They're all creeping up on Cullen, and Cullen's got a lot to worry about now. But yes, the 3-shot cushion will help him to keep going. You know, there's a very, very different approach taken by Chikka. Most of the players you'll see might take a lofted club, pitch it quite close to the hole, and try to hold the ball. And Chikka went with a bump and run, executed absolutely beautifully. And this is what the game of golf is. You know, he missed the green on the wrong side, but the amount of practice he must have put into his touch, there you go. These guys can make chip putts, can make chip-ins, can hold out shots from anywhere and everywhere. That's how good the quality of Indian golfers is. Everyone is primed up, and they're all world-class players. We have here now Karthik Sharma. Karthik Sharma is the left-handed golfer from Gurgaon. And the camera seems to not want to stay there. It's moving back onto the 14th tee box now, back onto the historic tomb that Delhi Golf Club is made of.
You know, like in football, the South American announcers, they have that great goal. I think we require something like that. That shot was just amazing. I'm sure that'll make the highlight reel of this week. That and, you know, Viraj's shot. So you're just seeing very high quality shots from all the leaders. I mean, mind you, these are not the highlights. This is real time, and they're producing some excellent stuff right there. Again, we have a familiar figure of Vivek. I think he's a good omen for all the players. They're doing well, so I think we'll just keep him there for the time being.
Yeah, I don't think Vivek's heard that, but if he did, I think he'd be happy and probably get a chair and just plant himself there for a bit until all the players clear through. Vivek's having a gala of a time, taking some shade from that tomb on the 14th tee box, enjoying meeting his old friends on the 14th and 16th tee box, going back onto the 13th green where the action is really taking place at this hour. Karthik there marking his ball now. We missed his birdie putt, but he's marked his ball, doesn't look very far away from the hole.
How do you want to tell our viewers a little bit about this hole, the 13th hole? You know, it's a very the peculiar number 13th, and you know, a good journey can just unravel here, and it's a tight hole, a competitive hole, and always a turning point.
You know, it's amazing how this hole is so tough. You know, when we look at it from the green side back to the tee, it looks like a hugely wide fairway. It's funny how the tee box actually points out a little bit towards the right fairway bunker on this hole, while the tee shot is supposed to be, the fairway is slightly left of where the tee box points. And that's what really makes this hole kind of tough to hit the tee shot on. And there's a pin on the top left of the green that comes up. It plays usually 35 or 36 inside. And it's an extremely difficult approach shot, even if you made it in the fairway. So it's amazing the number of junior tournaments I've played here and had my balls, golf balls, go out to the right side. It was amazing how many balls I ended up into the right rough just because the tee actually pointed out towards that side. And no matter how good a shot you were trying to pull off, the ball just seemed to leak that way. I think it's over a period of time that I understood that the fairway was actually slightly towards the left side of that tee box. Karthik there making a par. Manu Gandas has also chipped it back onto the green, leaves himself just a slightly shorter putt than Karthik for his par. He was close to where Chikka was, where he chipped in from. So Manu would tap that in and take his par. Back to Ankur Chadda on the 18th hole. Bang in the fairway with the more photogenic golf swing that he has. His friend Abhinav Lohan and fellow player today watching him alongside. It looks like Ankur's third shot into the 18th. The ball landing up just about a few feet away. That's about 15 feet away from the flag, but a little bit towards the side where it makes the putt a little bit more treacherous with slight up and then a slight downhill towards the hole, making it a lot more interesting. We have Abhinav there. I can tell you that Abhinav is one of the better wedge players out there, so be a good treat to watch what he does.
Coming back to your discussion about the 13th hole, I think that's where the importance of a practice round comes in. The players land up to a golf course normally a day and a half before the event, and they walk the course, hit many golf shots, and plan their strategies and where they want to hit and where they want to miss. And it actually, everybody is able to formulate a strategy, but as they say, a strategy is only a strategy till the first shot is fired. Then it's all improvisation. So the better players can actually stick to their strategy because they are more repeatable golf games. So that's really important. So if you can execute your strategy, so then you're able to do really well. Now we see Dhruv walking up to the 18th hole. I think he's obviously gone for the green in 2, and he would be chipping for eagle, but realistically aiming for a birdie.
Chikka again, another, of course, no one is, everyone has heard of Chikka in the past, and he's, of course, one of the better players that has come out of India over the years. Chikka hails from Bangalore, and here going with the driver on the 14, taking a slightly aggressive approach, and hopefully gets it back up onto the green in 2. Let's take a look at Chikka. He's one of the better ball strikers again on tour. Again, a world-class game is what Chikka possesses. He calls Anirban Lahiri his mentor, and really goes out there and gives it his best week after week. Chikka, incidentally, also went with Anirban for the Olympics and carried for him over there. So it must have been a superb, superb experience for him. What do you think, Shaurya? What would that kind of an experience really mean to a player?
I think that would mean the world to a player, because Chikka himself is a very good player, and maybe in the upcoming years he could be one of contenders for that elusive Olympic spot. And what it really does for Anirban, that his friend is on the back, so that camaraderie, because it's not just a tournament, it's a special lifetime achievement, and you have your friend there on the back to enjoy it with, and to soak in the environment of being an Olympian and being so close to the process. I think that's something that is to be relished. It's more of an experience, and obviously from a golfing perspective, you see the best players and how they react, and so I mean, one can only imagine it's probably the best things to happen to a golfer.
Absolutely. Manu has also put his ball with the driver back into the fairway on the 14th hole. So good tee shots by both the players. moving into this par 5. Par 5s are really the place where these players are looking at collecting some shots on a course like Delhi Golf Club so that they can create these buffers and try to reach up to Cullen. Cullen has dropped a shot now and he's down to, he's at 12 under par now, he's left with a 3-shot lead. And with all these players now vying right at the back of him, going ahead and seeing what can be done, how can they catch on to the person who's leading us all.
We are looking at the leaderboard and we are seeing some amazing numbers like Yuvraj Singh Sandhu shot a 6 under par. I mean, that's just commendable. So he was at level par after 2 days and he's right in the mix. So there are not many good rounds today, few and far in between. There are a lot of over par rounds because the golf course is not playing easy. The wind is up and the greens are obviously, with their slopes, they're quite tough to navigate. But it shows you if you have a good round, you can actually get yourself right in the mix. And here there is Ankur, and yes, that is a great birdie for him. Very well done. You'll see the players normally, that's one difference that you would see in golf and other sports. The players are not too emotive during the round. You can't quite, lose your perspective while you're playing. So even if you have a birdie or an eagle, I mean, you feel relieved, but unfortunately the task has to be completed. So you can't let go of your momentum. So that's how it's very different. I mean, you can't really get on a roller coaster ride in golf. Otherwise, it's counterproductive.
Yeah, in fact, what you're saying absolutely holds true. Every player is trying to stay calm through and through the round, not get bogged down by any of the bogeys they make, and not get too elated by any of the birdies they make. That's just a personality thing. How they try to keep their nerves calm so that they can repeat their golf swings over and over again and not get too far ahead of themselves in the game. So one of the few emotive players that I've seen on the PGTI and even as an amateur back in the day was Chikka. Chikka has always been more on the aggressive side. He comes around, shows his personality, a little more flamboyant, goes around, gives fist pumps, gets upset at himself when he doesn't make something. So he's one of the few players who actually does, show his emotion out on the golf course, and that works for him. And this is what the idea is. The idea is to find out who you really are, be that person on the golf course, and respect yourself, respect the course, enjoy the game to the best of your ability. Abhinav there missing that putt and taps it in now for his par. He did hit a pretty good wedge shot, but left it a tad short for his birdie. Knocks out his putter, not very happy with that.
Rahul, for the viewers who have just joined us right now, can you just run them through the leaderboard? We are, for those of us who just joined us right now, we are live at the Tata Steel MP PGTI Open, presented by Delhi Golf Club and supported by Just in Time Sports Foundation. Rahul, can you just take us through the leaderboard, please?
Absolutely. Absolute beautiful day here at Delhi Golf Club. A little sunny, a little pleasant out there. We've got Cullen Joshi leading the pack at 12 under par. Angad Chima trailing him now at 10 under par. So just a 2-shot deficit there, which is, very, very approachable. Viraj Madappa right behind them at 9 under par. So Angad has actually totally pressed down the pedal on the gas today at 5 under par for the day through 15 holes. So it's looking like a very, very interesting final day coming up for all of them. A superb play here also by the rookie Karthik Sharma. M. Dharma is also doing a good job for the day. Yuvraj Singh has really catapulted himself up to the tied 6th position. And Abhijit Chadda with a good 4 under showing with a total of 5 under par. All in all, we have a star-studded leaderboard here. Shiv Kapoor also has come up now on to the tied 8th position at -2 for the day and -5 in total. So we are hoping to see more and more action through the day. A little bit further down is Amardeep Malik at tied 8th position, but playing a really, really solid round at 4 under par for the day.
I think an honorable mention also to the fact that how PGTI is able to get this all together in these trying circumstances. Every week you are having to, the logistics are so complicated. All the players, their caddies are tested before each tournament for, the COVID RT-PCR test. The PGTI is now also, because of its worldwide points, having to follow the WADA rules, anti-doping. So it's just everything is followed at an international level and the organization. So I think one, shout of thanks also to the organizers who are doing this great job and able to provide this platform for these players in these times. I think the upcoming calendar is also really exciting for the PGTI, and it's culminating into some amazing events, including the Jeev Milkha Singh Take Championship. I think we'll just run through the list of tournaments, what we have now. Uh, just give us a moment and we'll just run you through that. PGTI is looking at a packed calendar post this, and I think that's a very welcome return to golf for all our players and all the viewers actually, and everybody associated with the game. We have Jaipur the next week, and post that we have the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational being played at Chandigarh, and has again a very handsome purse of 1.5 crore rupees, and Karandeep Kochar is the defending champion, and at Jaipur we have Priyanshu Singh, who's the defending champion. And then the tour moves to the east. We have the Indian Oil Servo Golf Championship, where Veer is the defending champion. That again is with a good prize purse of 60 lakhs. So you can see that golf is coming back, and it's coming back in a good way. And with the corporate association, it's only soaring higher. And then you have the RCGC ICC Open Golf Championship, where the Sri Lankan Mithun Pereira was victorious last year. It's going to be a good track, a very challenging, historic event. I think Royal Calcutta was one of the oldest golf courses in the subcontinent. And then in December, we have the Pune Open Golf Championship, where you have Kshitij Navij Kaul, who is the defending champion, and then obviously culminating into the Tata Steel Tour Championship. Now, this is just the feather on the cap of the PGTI. This final event is what everybody is vying for. The top 60 players, fighting it out for big prize money, and no surprise that the cream rises to the top. You have Gaganjit Bhullar here. He's no stranger to championships. He's always able to rise on top, and he'll be back here to defend his title. And the field is going to be probably even stronger than this one, which is pretty tough to imagine, because this week we have some of the best players with us. I myself personally am excited to follow the developments and where we are going with the tour, and it's really exciting times ahead, Rahul.
So, one of the things that I'm extremely proud of is how PGTI is actually one of the strongest local tours in the world. A lot of people might not know this, but there is the PGA Tour, there is the European Tour, there is the Asian Tour, there is the Japan Tour, and these are the bigger tours that everyone keeps talking of. But in terms of the local tours, PGTI is one of the strongest tours out there. We have international players coming in, we've got great amount of competition, superb golf courses, superb organizations, great corporate support, and the number of tournaments, the amount of competition, all of these things put together really make it a world-class tour. That action that you see from the marshal over there is that he didn't see the ball, how far deep it went into the rough. So that's him telling them that he's not sure if someone will be able to find the ball or not. So this is his signal to the player on the tee box that he must hit a provisional ball. So that's Thangaraja there. Now going with a 3-wood on the 14 tee box, leading player from Sri Lanka, and superb player and an even phenomenal human being.
So Rahul, that signal, just to elucidate to our viewers, I'll tell you that signal is one that actually sinks your heart. I'll tell you that from personal experience. That means that the ball spotter has not been able to see your ball, and that's obviously because you have not hit it in the fairway. And if the person cannot see the ball, so you are having to reload of the same place, there's a 2-shot penalty, so you end up adding that to your score. So that is really, that can really wreak havoc on a round. And as I said, Delhi golf course can creep up on you when you least expect it to. So always keep your guard up and, play percentage golf.
Back here on the 18th with Samarth Dwivedi, hitting his bunker shot. And what a lovely effort there. Leaves himself with just about a 3.5 foot putt on the last, and playing alongside his friend Aman Raj as well as Pawan Kumar. Pawan Kumar is a local Delhi boy, very solid golfer, plays a very consistent game and has been on the tour for a good 8 or 9 years now. Aman there has left himself on the right side, and I'm pretty sure he's there in 2, pitching up the green now for an eagle. And knowing his short game, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually comes very, very close to the hole, might even hole it.
So even though he's, he's not one of the longest hitters, you can see that he's here because he has an ability to maximize his distance. Distance in golf is not, it actually has two components to it. A driver travels a certain distance. A driver is your biggest club. It's the one wood, so as to speak. It travels through the air, then falls on the ground, and then rolls. So you'll have the longest hitters maybe in India flying the ball almost 290 maybe yards and maybe even 300 and more than some of the players like Abhijit Chadha, Veer Alawat can clock numbers at 305 310 yards in the air, and that's maybe even more. On their good days they're flying 315 yards, and somebody like Aman Raj maybe more in the vicinity of flying at 270, but then he would be able to roll it to maybe 30 to 40 yards. So that's how they maximize. When the sun is out, the golf course is a little firmer. It actually equalizes the field because even a medium hitter can get that far, and for a longer hitter, then it becomes very tough to control that kind of distance because the margins for are really small. Because the longer you're hitting it, you can just find yourself in the bush with just one bounce. So. It's very exciting, and this golf course really nullifies the advantage for the long hitter. So I think this is the fairest challenge that we have in India at this point in time.
Absolutely, Shaurya. In fact, I would say that, for the kids who might be watching this tournament live right now, it's a good takeaway for them to have a look at all these players, the different styles of playing. A lot of them hit irons off the tee boxes, a lot of them hit drivers off the tee boxes, really mixing and matching their games according to their own ability and maximizing their own potential on the golf course. And that's what this game is about. It's an individual sport. There's the only team you really have is your own caddy on the golf course with you. So you're making decisions which can maximize your game and not worry about what else is happening. One of the oldest sayings of golf is that you're always playing against par, and that holds so true. I've heard of many, many great players always talking about, I just keep playing against par, I do not worry what the other person is doing. And that's what really golf is. Play your own game. You could be hitting a 7-iron off the tee, someone could be hitting a driver off the tee, and don't be surprised if you might make the same score by the end of the hole.
That's very aptly put. I think golf is just like a microcosm of life, and I think we get philosophical at times, but it's impossible not to because there is just so many things to it. Like, so you can, all right, let's get, oh yes, that's an amazing birdie. And that's what it is. So sometimes the ball, now, okay, so we see some elation from the player, and that's very good to see. When you get a putt like that, which seems like it's not going to go in, but it goes in, it's happy moments indeed. And especially towards the end of a round, because it depends that the last hole actually determines how your lunch is going to taste.
What do you think, Shaurya? Will Aman make this putt for birdie or not? Let's see what your take is.
Well, I've never been a betting man, and because mostly I get it wrong. But I would think that given his prowess around the greens, even if he does miss it, it's going to be a very convincing effort. And I think I've played a few rounds of golf with him. He's just immaculate around the greens. He's, in fact, takes me back to how Aditya Ashok was able to conquer this time at the Olympics. Very good around the greens, very self-assured. There are some players you get that positive energy when they step on the green, and Aman is definitely one of them. So I would think this would be close, and for a betting man, maybe even go in.
Aman's an absolute fighter on the greens, and I would totally put my money on him to make this putt. And in fact, if given any 10, 12, 15 footer putt for birdie, I think Aman is extremely, extremely good at that length. And there you go. Oh. So just about misses the hole there, touches the lip, but unable to drop it in, taps it in for a par, moves on. So playing their last hole, Pawan Kumar, of course, finishing up with all smiles, and Aman just about missing his birdie by a whisker. We have Samarth Dwivedi now putting for a par. For a birdie, my apologies. What a lovely up and down by Samarth Dwivedi. Another fun fact of Samarth is that he spent most of his childhood in Thailand, And for the last couple of years, he's been here in India competing on the PGTI as well as on the amateur tours. So Samarth also has had good experience of traveling around and playing a lot of golf tournaments, be it in Asia, be it the Asian mini tours, as well as playing over here in India. Samarth has been one of the solid ball strikers around the golf course, now based out of Gurgaon. And also, like I mentioned earlier, he's also a TPI certified instructor, which of course goes a long way to showcase him on the personal front. There we are, back on to watching the leaderboard. Viraj Madappa up to 10 under par now, just 2 shots clear of Kalin Joshi. We are watching the live leaderboard on the course now. And we have Angad Chima as well at 10 under par through 15 holes. So we've got enough of action coming up tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, with so many players bunched up on the top with very, very less amount of difference in the shots. It is going to be an extremely interesting day, and in my opinion, taking in all the way from Kalin Joshi up to the score of 8 under par, which is between 12 under and 8 under par. All these players, anything I think within 4-shot difference of the leader, anyone in that 4-shot difference has a chance to be able to go around and be able to win this tournament tomorrow. What a lovely setting here at Delhi Golf Club today on the 7th of October 2021, the Tata Steel PGTI MP Cup, supported by Member of Parliament Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, and sponsored, of course, by various companies including Fruitnik, American Express, Just in Time Sports, Tata Steel being the title sponsors of the PGTI, the Sara Group, also Oil India Limited, and presented to you by PGTI at the Delhi Golf Club. What a great week here, playing the new Gary Player design made in 2019. This is the first tournament here for the PGTI in many years, and it's a great one for the players. What a lovely track to be a part of. As you will all notice that there are only a few players who really go for that 18th green. A lot of players actually end up laying up just short of the green. Usually you will find that players lay up just about 100 odd yards away, giving themselves a full wedge shot and a good chance to attack the flag for their third. Wind seems to have died down for the day, which was quite a bit earlier. A little breezy now. That's about all that is out there on the golf course, leaving the players just to deal with the bunkers, the undulations, and all the rough around us. So there we have Divyanshu Bajaj from Calcutta preparing for his third shot on the 18th hole. The course is playing preferred lies. Preferred lies is basically when the course is playing very wet, the ball must be catching some sort of mud. The committees decide to give them preferred lies so that no player is penalized by the conditions on the golf course. So every player is allowed to place the ball within a club length or a scorecard length of where the ball originally lies, but that's only for the fairways and not for the rough.
Even though Delhi Golf Club is in immaculate condition at this point in time, but due to the incessant rains in the previous few weeks, if you were to play this golf course, you would still find it perfect. But whenever we have a professional tournament, to ensure that no player, as Rahul rightly said, is penalized for a good shot. So the fairways, you're given about 8 to 10 inches of preferred lie where you can actually just keep your ball and play it from there. So now we are to the local favorite of Delhi Golf Club, Shiv Kapoor. He has a prolific record on this golf club and actually suits his game. A lot of international victories under his belt as well. Accomplished player. We're seeing a lot of players actually, majority of them are laying up now. I think that's on this golf course. That is mostly because after the relaying of the greens have become, the green complexes have become a little more treacherous to deal with because there's a lot more undulation. It's tougher and accuracy is now again at a premium. Previously, longer hitters could just go for it and you would see sort of deal with the issue when it comes to 4. But now you're actually having to plan your way through, make sure that you play the golf course in reverse. You see how you'll get the birdie part or how you'll get the par part and That's what actually helps them, conquer this golf course. So you see Shiv is actually navigating his chip shot. So you see one player, but actually at the same time you'll have two more players who are sort of preparing for their own shots and doing their homework. They would have relayed these kind of shots in the practice round, and this execution is very important, because if you pitch the ball when you're playing a chip shot in the wrong spot, it can actually roll to 15 to 20 feet away, and then a birdie is outside your grasp. And as we were discussing earlier, he's taking a preferred lie, so the preferred lie this week is allowed to a distance of 1 club length, not nearer the hole. So whenever you take a preferred lie, you cannot actually move closer to the hole, so you actually have to move further away in the shorter grass and just place your ball once, and once you place it, you can't place it back. So that's the final, you only get one shot at it. Another rule that's changed over the years is that, in order to speed up play, is that the flag stick can be, held inside. Earlier, you'd have to remove the flag stick when you were putting. So that, again, some players like to keep the flag stick in, and the other ones experiment with keeping it out. But yeah. So that's a good chip shot. Now that must release and get close to the hole. So what did we just say? He has immaculate touch, and that should be a birdie for him.
So there we have in the background of Zamal Hussain, who's preparing for his third shot now on the 18th hole. We've got flanked by these boards at the back with Sara Group, American Express, Tata Steel, Incredible India, all coming out forward and being a part of this lovely sport called golf. All of us are extremely happy to see so much support coming in for the game. It's been absolutely beautiful for all of us to view great golf today. Great conditions on the Delhi Golf Club. Superb staff making sure that the golf course has been kept immaculate for these players to come and compete and showcase their games out and out. Zamal there, getting ready for this shot. A lot of people leaking it out to the right side. Seems like a bit of a funnel on the right side for all the players to end up collecting their balls after their long second shots. And yes, good tabletop-ish effect on these new greens. Zamal gives it a bit of a miss hit and didn't pitch it out correctly. But nonetheless, he's back up on the putting surface, not very happy, but he'll probably give it a good try for birdie.
Visibly disappointed, and rightly so. That's probably a shot that he'd like to forget about, and I think he miffed it a little bit. So now birdie would realistically be just a lucky encounter, but I think more realistically just make par. So coming back to the sponsors this week, you're seeing Incredible India and the tourism, the government and the ministry actually pitching in to help with this tournament. An interesting factoid I just remembered that, promoting tourism and golf goes hand in hand. And in fact, our very own girl from Delhi, Vani Kapoor, was actually the ambassador for, Thailand tourism. So that actually shows you what an mass appeal this game has across borders. And, so our Indian players are actually doing so much, and they're actually being promoted as brand ambassadors for their tourism. So this is heartening.
Shaurya, the great history that this country has in terms of golf. Unfortunately, it's not very well known, but right here in front of us, Divyanshu Bajaj, from the second oldest golf course in the world. We have Shiv Kapoor here, who is from the Delhi Golf Club, one of the oldest courses in the country, holds a lot of history under it. So, so much is here in this country itself that we need to showcase out to the people. And that's what these, the government tourism organizations like the Incredible India, the Gujarat Tourism are going to do. They're going to, take golf and tourism and put them all together. And that is such a beautiful thing to do, taking sports and using the recreational form of it, getting people to see different countries, interact with history. It's just absolutely beautiful. The culture change that they get to see. They come and try, Indian cuisines. They experience Indian golf courses. Zamal there, now putting for birdie, giving it a try. Like I said, he would give it a good shot and just about misses the putt, but a lovely, lovely effort. Zamal would now tap it in for par and finish his day at -2 for the day, total of 5 under par. The positions, of course, at the end of the day might change a little bit. As of now, he is at the tight 10th position. The positions will, of course, change as the players go along and the other groups do come in on the 18th hole, finishing up their days, getting prepared for tomorrow. So this penultimate day, making things very, very exciting for all of us for tomorrow. In fact, for us commentators as well, it is going to be an extremely exciting day to watch so many players bunched up within 4 shots of the leader. And anyone over here within 4 shots is going to give it a good shot at the tournament.
I think now we're really heading into the business end of things. We are looking at the last 4 groups, and you have 3 groups behind them, and this is really where the tournament will be decided. I think the last 4 groups, and these are the groups that we will watch out for, as we have Divyanshu here with his birdie attempt, and lo and behold, he missed it on the lower side. So I think players are finding it quite tough to hold these putts. Normally you'd see that 10 to 12 footers, you'd normally get a conversion rate of about 50% from 10 feet, but that is not the case this week. I think this is the first time that the players are playing the relayed greens, so there's not a lot of knowledge that they can bank upon. The greens are new, so a lot of them are just sort of understanding it. So that's why you're seeing the absence of many very extremely low rounds. Only 1 6 under par today so far by Yuvraj Sandhu, who was a very good young player from Chandigarh, and a few 4 or 5 under pars. But normally you see a lot more red numbers, but also because of the conditions and the wind. Now you have Shiv lining up his putt. That's a peculiar method which is helping him align with the line of the putt. So basically helping him vision the line and then sort of execute the putt. So this is, as I said, players are having a very tough time on the green. So that's, for a player of Shiv's standard, that is just bread and butter for him. But not to be, the group leaves quite disappointed, all of them missing their birdies. But nevertheless, they're, in with a fighting chance tomorrow.
Fact of this group, Shiv Kapoor has finished his day at a total of 5 under par, with today's score being -2. And Zamal has finished his day also at -2 with a total of 5 under par. And Divyanshu there has finished a total of -3 for the tournament with an even par round today. I'm sure all of these people looking forward to come back tomorrow and do better on these greens. The greens have been playing really, really slick of late because of the new layout, and difficult for all the players to read through. There we have the live leaderboard going on, with Cullen still leading the pack at 12 under par. We still have 2 players at -10, Angad Chima and Viraj Madappa. And we have Karthik Sharma, the rookie, lefty, and Thangaraja, all of them at 9 under par. So yes, an extremely interesting day. M. Dharma also playing an extremely steady golf at 6 under par now, but that leaves him a little bit behind all of the others. So I think Cullen has also picked up another shot now. He's gone up to 13 under par after the 14th hole. So again, superb playing. Cullen has increased his lead now from 2 to 3 shots, and it'll be a super interesting day tomorrow. What do you think about the players down around the 10th position, Shaurya? You think they have a shot at it? They're all at 5 unders and 6 under pars for the tournament as of now.
Well, I think what we are seeing is that scoring is tough. Red numbers are hard to come by. So a lot will depend on the pin positions that are there tomorrow. Judging from how it has been today, nobody has been really able to leapfrog over the other because barring around a 6 or 5 under, they've been low under par rounds. So if that remains the theme, then it'll be tough for anyone outside the top 10 to really catapult himself and to be considered a real contender tomorrow. But maybe if the flags are a little more accessible, and I think as the tournament wears on, players garner more experience. And I do expect some of the chasing pack to put in a good number, maybe 5 or 6 under. And then if the leader group capitulates, then maybe they have a chance. But I think if realistically, if any one of Angad, Chima, Viraj and Cullen, if they finish in double digits and just play a decent, steady round of golf, it'll be tough to usurp them tomorrow.
One of the things, Shaurya, that comes to my mind, with the experience of playing on this golf course is how difficult it is for a player who is walking in the fairway to be able to judge the wind over here. Covered by all these trees on your sides, you're really unable to tell what the wind up there is doing. So difficult for a player to judge. He might see it as a left-right standing on the fairway, but actually on the top layer of the air, it might be completely different. It could be just a right-left, could be a head, or could be a tail. It's so difficult to judge it. Did you face any of these? We've got there Rashid Khan walking up now on the 18th fairway. Shaurya, what do you think about the wind conditions here?
Yes, I think wind is a big factor. For myself personally, I was always a medium length hitter, so wind was a factor, and it was a struggle. But I think who would really struggle with wind on this golf course, contrary to popular belief, would be the long hitters, because they tend to hit the ball high, and you cannot judge it because the tree line tops out at about 20 feet or 15 feet, and then you really have very little to go by. So you could have a gust of wind actually take the shot the other way. So that's why you'll see a lot of medium hitters who are able to keep the ball low and just sort of go about their business, also content. There we have Rashid Khan. He's been victorious at this golf course. He's had rounds in excess of 10 under par for one day. So when he goes going, I think I'll have to change my statement now that I see him. I think he's at if you look at him, he's at 5 under, and he realistically has the capability of just shooting a 10 under par round. So with somebody like that, you can never really count them out. And I think even Honey has who's on our screen, Honey Besoya, he's been a very good player the last 2 years. When he wins tournaments, he doesn't just win, he dominates them, and outright he's been winning tournaments for maybe 10 shots. So with players like that, you can actually expect a very exciting final race golf. So I think our viewers are really in for a treat. Alongside just learning about the game, you're actually seeing the best of the best in action. We're lucky that we have these players with us, and they're getting to play in these pristine conditions of Delhi Golf Club.
In fact, Honey just won the J&K Open presented by J&K Tourism at the Royal Springs, Srinagar. If I'm not wrong, he totaled up to 20 under par for 4 days. A very solid golfer, and you're absolutely right. He dominates tournaments. That's what he really does. Once he's out there, he's forward all throughout. What a lovely golf shot that is. What an absolutely lovely golf shot. Such a difficult ball to control with this tabletop-ish finish of the green, and to be able to drop the ball so close to the flag and be able to stop it requires a huge amount of skill. Absolutely brilliantly done by Honey Besoya, while Shravan and Rashid are reading their lines and getting ready to hold their own birdie putts.
I think they are definitely separating the wheat from the chaff. I mean, this shot was just it was a masterclass. I mean, he could just give you a lesson on how that's done. You've seen a lot of the other players just rolling it up, but he was able to pitch it next to the flag. So viewers who are new to the game, that's a very tough skill, because you're having, take the aerial route and then add spin to it and also be able to stop it at the right time. That requires a lot of skill, and I think he has that in abundance.
Like I said, Shaurya, earlier, there's a lot of skill in Indian golfers. Predominantly, Indians are known for skill-based sports, and golf is a skill-based sport plus athleticism all involved together. We've got Rashid here now, putting for birdie. And, all of our players now are absolutely world-class. They can go out and compete on the highest and highest of tours, and Rashid misreads that just a tad bit. He's a pretty strong putter. As long as I've known him, he's a really strong putter. He's just got a little bit of misread on that, had smack on, bang on speed for the putt, taps it in for his par, and now we'll be left with Shravan to clean it up for the day on the 18th green. Which will of course be a super interesting place for all of you to watch tomorrow when we get on to the final round of the Tata Steel PGTI MP Cup 2021, supported by various organizations, the Incredible India, Delhi Golf Club, Just in Time Sports, Fruitnik, as well as the Tata Steel, who is the umbrella sponsor of the PGTI. Shravan Desai there, cleaning up for his birdie with a happy smile finish. This is what really golf is about, you know. No matter what kind of a day you have even one final hole nice enough, you're a happy man walking off the course. Leaves you with a little bit of motivation to go on the next day, come around, get ready, and be a fighter. We also have Gale as one of the associate sponsors, uh, and Petronet, Sara Group, Naturewala, Mercury, Kohinoor Foods, Select City Walk, TriFed, Gujarat Tourism, tour partners like the Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro, Incredible India, Athletic Drive, and Golf Plus. All of these people coming together to support golf, be a part of it, be a part of this incredible game, and get everybody involved in it. We now have Viraj Madappa has actually picked up another shot and gone on to 11 under par after 16 holes. And we've got Kalin Joshi leading the pack still at 13 under par, leaving only a 2-shot deficit. Anga Chima trailing the 2 at 10 under par. A superb day, an exciting day coming up tomorrow. Stay tuned, all of you. Watch this tournament, the first PGTI live event online.
You know, they say, Rahul, they say adversity breeds champions, and I would say that the third round in Delhi Golf Club, look at that flag waving there. There is wind, there are fast greens, so it's everything is tough, and Viraj is just undeterred and just rolling on. That just shows you that he's stamped his authority. He said, "Kalin, I'm coming for you." You know, he's not letting go. Both the Bengaluru boys are gonna tussle out tomorrow, and I think it makes for interesting viewing. I can't get over that shot on the 14th. What a brilliant shot that was. It looks so easy, but trust me, it is so far out, and it's just top shelf. And those chip outs and all, we're really enjoying this game, and I think they are really pulling out some rabbits out of the hat with this performance.
Just to sort of digress a little bit, it takes me back to some of the junior golf that is developing today in the country. Over the past decade or so, junior golf in India has tremendously grown. And all of these new players, be it Karthik Sharma, Angad Chima, Kalin, Viraj, all of these are products of the new breed of junior golfers coming up forward and making a name for themselves in the world of golf, not just domestically but internationally. And the way these boys and these great players seem to inspire the younger generation is absolutely tremendous. It's a beautiful sight to actually watch guys like Viraj, Karandeep, Rashid, all of these guys leading us, being icons of the game, being great ambassadors of the sport, and inspiring other kids to pick up the game and take it on to the next level, be it for a vocational purpose, be it for a professional purpose, whatever it might be. But inspiring people of different generations through a sport, it is just must be such a beautiful feeling for everyone.
I think if I sort of look back in the past, we would always look at our senior players and household names like Jyoti, Jeev, Arjun Atwal, and these kind of names, and they would motivate us, and we would almost place an embargo or a gestation period on ourselves, and then maybe wait a couple of years and then expect performance from ourselves. We would turn amateur, then maybe professional at 21, 22, 23, and then expect ourselves to ease into it. But that's not the case now. These players are just they're straight off running. I mean, there is just no let go. I mean, the guys who are turning pro are actually dominating and contending. It's actually what's happening. Golf normally rewards experience, but what we are seeing in India, that the young crop of players is so competitive that unfortunately the experienced players are really having a tough time keeping up. DGC, it was a bastion for elder, experienced players whenever I've played golf. So for me, this is almost eye-opening that, the first 20 pages, you just maybe have a handful, one or two names who are, of experienced players. Otherwise, most of them are youngsters with 5 to 7 years of experience in terms of being a professional. So this is really augurs well for Indian golf, but also, a sort of a reminder for the elder players that they really need to keep up. And I think distance is playing a key factor, but also everything else, and it's exciting. Not to say that the change of guard has totally happened. We still have very good experienced players like Shiv Kapoor keeping up there, and Chirag Kumar amongst a few, Amardeep Malik, although he's still relatively young at the age of 35. So you have players there who are doing it, but yes, the young players have definitely put out a marker and they're saying, now, all right, come get us.
So clearly the leaderboard wasn't updated. Rashid Khan has actually finished at a total of 8 under par and has shot 4 under par today, taking him up to the 5th position. Again, another strong contender, I would think, for tomorrow to be 5 shots again for a person like Rashid to be able to latch on to that shouldn't be very difficult. He is definitely capable of even far deeper rounds than that, and I would definitely keep him in my mind for tomorrow's round. We've got there walking up the 18th fairway now Sudhir Sharma. We have Angad Chima walking besides the cart path, and we have M. Dharma following them all in the red pants. Coming down the 18th fairway, looks like Sudhir has laid up and walking towards his ball. We've got a chopper there flying right over Delhi Golf Club. What a lovely place Delhi is, actually. Beautiful, beautiful city. We are right in the middle of Lutyens at the picturesque Delhi Golf Club, with the sights of some of the best golfers in the country as well as internationally.
Yes, Rahul, totally. That helicopter actually typifies this week. We are flying high. Indian golf is flying high, and the performances have been mouth-watering so far. And now we have Sudhir. Sudhir, a few years ago finished third on Asian Tour event here at this club. So, he also packs a punch. A very good, consistent ball striker, and he has the ability of shooting some low numbers. He has lean patches in performance, but when he is on, he can hold his own.
Absolutely. Sudhir is from Greater Noida. He plays and practices over there. Regular on the PGTI. Unfortunately, not having the best showing of his career today on the penultimate day at the Delhi Golf Club. But nonetheless, one day doesn't really show the character of a player. Character of a true player is really to keep going on and on and on. Let the setbacks be and keep going. Tomorrow will be another day, another 18 holes, and next will be another hole, and that's how we really go. So here there with a nice solid wedge shot into the 18th hole. He had laid up, giving himself a good look at birdie. I think that looks like a 6 or 7 footer. While we have Angad and Dharma walking into the funnel area on the 18th, the funnel on the right side of the green, giving themselves that whole tabletop-ish approach towards the hole with a slight downhill going towards it.
Well, that area seems like it's attracting a lot of traffic. I mean, I would imagine there would be a lot of divots here. Everybody who's going for the green actually just rolls off, and the way the beautiful redesign is done, that when you land up in the funnel area, the shot is not easy. Even though you've implied 2 good blows to reach till here, you still have your work cut out. It's not like you just reach there. So I think in some aspects, if you're 100 yards away or if you're in that funnel area, you're almost equal, because both shots have almost similar probability of getting close. So they've done a great job in equalizing the length advantage here.
So Angad is of course preparing himself now, and so is M. Dharma. Angad is coming into the 18th at a total of 10 under par, playing the round at 5 under par today. So he's really pulled himself up and up the leaderboard for the day, 5 positions up than where he started. And I'm sure he's looking to make this up and down and convert it so he can give himself a better shot at this title tomorrow. Having said all of that, and going back to the Delhi Golf Club as such, the junior, the JDP, the Camp of Excellence, and the talent programs over here, the Girl Child program, all of these things put together by Delhi Golf Club have always helped in bringing up junior golf and adding more junior golfers to the mix. In fact, I know a couple of juniors myself who are a part of the Camp of Excellence as well as the Girl Child programs, and it is so nice that the Delhi Golf Club plays their little part in helping junior golf, amateur golf, and the likes, even professionals for that matter, to be able to catapult their careers forward, whether they are members or not. And this is a really, really beautiful thing about this golf course. So M. Dharma there going with a slightly open face on his lob wedge, and looks like he will be looking at dropping it just up on the green and getting it a little check up towards the flag. Absolutely beautifully executed shot by Dharma. Leaves himself just about 4 feet shy of the flag, but should have a good look at birdie. one of the things a lot of you viewers must have noticed that his club face was shining due to the sunlight while he was addressing the ball. Generally, you would notice that a lot of players use rusty finish clubs or black colored wedges so that they don't get that shimmer into their eye while they're trying to play that shot. Just like what Angad has in his hand, it's like a blackened finish on his wedge. This is just to not have that shimmer coming off the sunlight, so that the player can actually focus on the ball and not get the reflection into his eye while playing it. There we have Angad with his own approach of the shot game. Oh, what a lovely chip shot, and gives himself about 2.5, 3 feet putt to make birdie and move further up that leaderboard. Absolutely amazing game there by Angad today. Already at 5 under par. Makes that putt, would take him to 6 under par for the day, and further up the leaderboard by another shot, finishing at 12 under par for the day. So hopefully he gets that going while we have Sudhir preparing now for his putt. See, it's a great thing to have a look at how the players really approach the game. There are 2 players in this group who took the approach of 2-on on the par 5 to give themselves a chance for the birdie, while we have Sudhir who took the 3-shot approach. And all of the players are here for a birdie now, all within 6 feet of distance. And it's really depending on player to player what kind of an approach they are choosing for themselves to maximize their own game potential. The game is an absolute versatile sport. It doesn't matter if you can hit it long, it doesn't matter if you hit it short. What matters really is how you put it together.
Yes, Rahul, very well said. We're seeing that, as the players draw towards the end of the round, there can be an accumulation of fatigue, and especially in sort of the heat and oppressive conditions. But the player has to pull himself together, because this is really money country. The last 3 holes, gaining 1 or 2 shots on your opponent and then climbing up the leaderboard is extremely important. So you'll see, as the players near towards the end of the round, they'll give this, a little more respect. These putts will actually, they'll take them with a lot of seriousness and read them, because they know how important these are. If they are to challenge tomorrow, I think the 18th and the 17th actually holds the key. So the player backing off. Now this is what happens if you're unsure of your line and there's a slight bit of doubt. So you just go back, recollect yourself and commit to your line, and that can be the difference between a putt made or missed. Oh, so that's not good. I think in hindsight he could have just gone ahead. But yeah, there are never any clear answers. Whatever works, works. I think, in golf, hindsight is a luxury, because we always feel we could have done a different thing. But I think just accepting the result and moving on. So he's had a rough day, has Sudhir, but I'm sure, tomorrow he'll make up for today. Now we have M. Dharma, the Bengaluru-based player. He has a birdie putt as well. A very good short game again, M. Dharma. Plies his trade at the Karnataka Golf Association Golf Club, and he's won a few tournaments as well on the PGTI, and steadily climbing up. You'll see that he's very unassuming, but he's always there on the final day of a tournament. Angad is sort of resurrecting his fortunes. The last few years have not been that great for Angad, but now he's really coming back to his full potential. I think he's a great player, a tremendous ball striker, and he struggles a little bit around the green. That's his Achilles heel, but I think if he can get from his chip shot, it seems like he's been able to solve that. So it's definitely bright days ahead for him.
Talking about bright days, Dharma's picked up a rather bright pair of pants. So not only the reflection of the club, but also a little bit of reflection from his trousers. Nonetheless, fashion it is on the golf course. There you go. Dharma closing up with a birdie on the final hole. In fact, what a great chip shot from that funnel down there. In fact, we've seen a lot of chip shots today from there. Some of them left way short, some of them left way over, but only a few of them really getting close to the hole. really showcases what kind of skill sets are required to play this game. You know, the greens are so slick this week, it just makes the whole experience a lot tougher. I remember playing my first junior tournament back in the day, and I didn't even know that there was something called a speed on the greens. And you know, these kind of greens really showcase what a true potential of a player can be, because once you have smooth greens going and players really, you know, dialing in their putts, that's when you really come to know how far aggressive that you really can be. Chima now lining up for his birdie putt on the 18th hole.
Oh.
Oops. So that would hurt him for sure, but nonetheless, he's had an absolutely splendid outing today, and he would be looking forward to his round tomorrow. He still finishes the round at 5 under par and a total of -10, just 3 shots off the pace. Between Chima and Joshi sits Madappa at 11 under par.
I think Rahul, you would agree that, you know, even for us as commentators to see a putt like that missed is painful, because, you know, the player has done everything right on the hole. He's hit 2 great shots and a very good chip shot, but you know, the putt is eventually where it counts, and the, you know, the margin of error is so small. You have to read it, and your good work can get undone. So I would say for all aspiring youngsters who wish to improve, or even anybody else who wants to, who's a regular golfer, I think just 2 places if you spend your time, I think the putting green and the driving range. Yeah, the irons are very important, but I think if you can conquer these 2 clubs, you've got almost 90% of the game done.
You know, on a very different note, actually approach shots make up for about 45 to 48% of a person's golf round, and that really changes the way you are able to score. Nonetheless, all of these players have got great approach shots, great driving skills, and great short game skills. So, but yes, putting them all together on one single day, on every single hole, is of course a task in itself, where a lot of other things do come into the mix. But we do have a lot of good talent out there today, a lot of good scoring happening, and I think overall it has been absolute treat to be watching all these players playing together. Of course, I've played with them in the past, but to be able to be here watching them and doing a little bit of a commentary on these players is absolute phenomenal, and for seeing the quality of play makes it even more of a treat. We are back on the 18th with Viraj Madappa now, lining up for his second shot, which looks like he's going for it with a slightly longer iron off for his second shot.
Rahul, this is a really mouth-watering prospect. I mean, seeing what he delivered the last time, I mean, we would be expecting this ball to be around the green, and this is what it's all about, folks. This is a par 5, and this is the final hole, and, you know, he's hitting this shot probably from about 230 to 220 of yards, and, you know, he's really going to show you. Wow, look at that swing, and he's actually following through. Now that is a tiger twirl. We rarely ever see that. And look at that ball climbing up. Look at that shot. That is just 10 feet. That is just 10 feet from the pin, and that's an absolutely phenomenal shot. I think we don't have words. Don't describe what's going on over here. You know, we're joined by past players also who joined us in the booth, but that's something to be celebrated. He's 10 feet from eagle. The last time he was 4 feet, and I mean, what can you say about that? Rahul, I called that, so I think maybe I can be a betting man.
Oh, absolutely, you can be a betting man. Virat just coming off a good birdie streak on 13th, 14th, and 15th. We are still awaiting his scores from the 16th and 17th holes. Karandeep Kochar now on the screen has hit his second shot off the fairway, trying to go 2 on, but left it in the bunker, just short of the green. Yeah, giving himself one of those tougher ones to make up and down to salvage the day. Karandeep again having a bit of a downer today, but nonetheless, you know, he's got his own career streak going, 1 odd round here and there. That's absolutely fine. Karandeep again, another immaculate golfer, has been playing extremely well over the past couple of years on the tour. Winner is an amateur. He's probably the only player who's ever won a PGTI event as an amateur golfer. So yeah, another superb person in the mix. And now we've got Sunit Chaurasia attempting his second shot at the 18th. Looks like he's gone up with the big stick off the tee box. and given himself an iron to the green. And let's see where that lands up. Appears like we'll only be able to tell when he comes closer to the ball. So yeah, I mean, Viraj has just come off with 3, 4, 3 on 13, 14, then 15th. I'm really looking forward to what he does with this 10-footer on the 18th. Loved that club twirl, didn't you all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so now we are joined by Kuntal from ABP News, and we are going to be answering questions from viewers because I think a lot of you have written in on our social networks and asking questions about the game, and so we will be clarifying the same now.
Yeah, Saurya and Rahul, both of you, if you can tell us a little bit about what people want to know that in different golf courses, the challenges are different. I mean, if you're playing in Chandigarh, the challenges are different. If you're playing in Kolkata or maybe Jamshedpur, the challenges are different. But what is the most challenging aspect when you're playing at the golf course in Delhi?
I think that's a great question. The Delhi golf course is it's a different challenge altogether because it's tree lined on either side of the fairway. It's tree lined on either side of the fairway. Very little margin for error, and on each golf course you will have somewhere where you can vent out your frustration, hit a long drive, or try to attack the golf course. Here it doesn't happen because here actually defense is the best form of attack at times. So it's a very intimidating golf course. It doesn't give you breathing space, and the only thing previously was that the greens were a little easy and able to you could navigate the greens, but that's also been taken away. So I think this is an all-round golf course with a very tough challenge and puts a premium on good ball striking. Rahul, what is your take on that?
Absolutely. I think we spoke about this earlier on in the day. How Delhi Golf Club places a lot of pressure on the players to keep the ball straight into the fairways. And now it's added up a little more pressure with making sure that your second shots, which are your approach shots, are also bang on point. Because when you have so many undulations on the greens, when the greens are so slick, you have to be able to place the ball in the correct spot to be able to convert them into birdies. Otherwise, it becomes extremely difficult task to even save pars on such undulations. So as top players, this is what their job really is, to be able to control each and every shot and maximize their approach shots to the right side of the flag. As you must have been able to tell, like we've been on the 18th hole for some time now. The ball's been going mostly towards the right side into that funnel area. It's a tougher shot from that side, and anyone who ends up missing onto that side is left with a very difficult shot. Hits it a little bit too much, goes 10-15 feet by the hole, leaves it a little bit short, stays up that slope, makes it very difficult.
I think you're right. Like if you look at this bunker shot, it's just 30 yards, but trust me, you can make bogey in the blink of an eye from here because it's a tough shot, and you'll see Karandeep. He's the best player here, but he'll still have to really navigate this tough shot.
One more question is golf is a sport which is a kind of a sport which is very isolated for the top professionals. I mean, in golf and tennis, you need to travel from one city to another in a span of a very short time, and you need to quickly get adjusted to a new sort of situation, and so it becomes very difficult for the players to travel, say, more than 200 days in a year and be away from the family and still been able to perform day in, day out. And one off day can put you nowhere, in a nowhere zone kind of a situation. So how important is the camaraderie between the caddy and the golfer who are playing here? Because some of the top professionals, they take caddies as they find caddies in their relatives, but then there are players who generally take help from the normal caddies. So how important is that camaraderie?
So, Kuntal, what a lovely question, and I think the junior golfers who might be watching the tournament right now have a lot to learn from this question. The caddy is an extremely important part. He is the part of the team. You know, the player, the coach, the caddy, all these people end up making the team for the player to go out and perform. And having a caddy whom you can rely on, whom you can trust, not only to carry your bag, but also to help you make the right decision at the right time, to keep you calm when it's required to be kept calm. You know, all those things are extremely important in the mix of golf. Golf can be a really nerve-wracking sport. So having a good caddy, a person whom you can trust and rely on under a situation of adversity is extremely, extremely important. And it's a difficult mix to find. But yes, once found, I think most players stick to that one caddy and they stay with that person because it's a very, very hard mix to find. He's like a friend to you. You spend more time with your caddy than you would do with your wife when you're on the tour.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. I think, I agree with your viewpoints and you're spot on. I think I have nothing else to answer. I think your caddy is all in one. He's your best friend, man Friday. He's going to teach you the game and he's going to be there when you fall. And I think it's a symbiotic relationship. You have a respect which goes both ways. You mutually respect your caddy and he respects you. Because at the end of the day, you'll see that, the knowledge that they carry with them, they are actually, people who are passing it on from generations. You've seen it on the US tour. The best caddies actually, go down caddying for generation after generation of top players. So that's the case here in PGTI as well. So, the smartest players are the ones who learn from the, mistakes of others, and that's where a good caddy comes in. So yeah, now we have a look at that action. Karandeep here, he didn't make the best shot out of the bunker, and now he's going to have to settle for par. And now we eagerly await Viraj's eagle putt. And I think whatever praise you can shower on him won't be enough because words don't do justice to the quality of those two golf shots.
There's one more question from the viewers who are watching this live broadcast. I mean, the question is generally we have a feeling that when you're hitting with the driver, which is obviously a thicker wood, so it goes a long way, not with the normal club. But here in Delhi Golf Course, when we have seen yesterday or day before yesterday during the tee off from T1, so which is a relatively longer hole. Number of players have used a normal club and not the driver. So why is that? Generally, we as a layman or maybe a beginner, he has a notion that with the driver you can hit it a long way.
I think that actually comes down to balancing risk and reward. Because holes where there is a clear reward on hitting a driver and the risk is sort of mitigated somehow. But here in Delhi Golf Course, if you are taking out a driver for those extra 30 to 40 yards, you could well end up in trouble. And, as you've seen a lot of players. So players are playing the percentage game. They're hitting a rescue or a 3-iron or a 3-wood because they want to be in the fairway. They want to have an opportunity of making birdie without actually losing a stroke. What do you think, Rahul?
Yeah, so in my opinion, like the tee number one has got multiple challenges, of course. So like let's say a player like me would tee up with an iron because my dispersion with the driver would be too much. So I'd like to keep the ball in play, but still give myself a 240 to 250 yard shot off the tee and be able to take on the green again in two. So I would do that with, let's say, maybe a 2-iron and another 2-iron. To hit onto the green, while some other player might choose to hit a 3-wood, max out on, like, let's say 260, 265 yard front, get a 5-iron in. Some players might even take a slightly more humble approach and tee off with a 4-iron, giving themselves a third shot in. That's only because of the risk and reward factor that Shaurya spoke about earlier. And there we have now Sunit Chaurasia finishing up with a birdie and all smiles. Viraj Madappa, Karandeep Kochar and Sunit Chaurasia closing up for the day on the 18th. Of course, Sunit and Karandeep haven't had the best day to write home about, but Viraj, of course, has gone on and has had a lovely, lovely finish. He will be primed in the leader group tomorrow and be out there to win the tournament.
Yes, I think here is a look at the leaderboard. So they're just going to update this shortly. And Cullen obviously is his lead would be almost negated now after Viraj's finish. And they have Veer, Manu, Chikka, Karthik, a lot of players in the trading pack. And I mean, it makes for a good finish tomorrow. And I think because of how the golf course is playing, the better players are able to separate themselves because there's actually no hiding on this golf course now. So here we have a look at the leaderboard, and Cullen is at 13 under. Viraj moves up into second place at 12 under. Angad Chima makes up the trio at 10 under par. So I think it will be a very interesting leader group. A long hitting, ball striking, a pure joy to watch. And this group will be, I think the winners definitely, high probability of coming out of this group tomorrow.
Yes, in fact, Shaurya, I wouldn't leave out the second leader group also for tomorrow. It's got Karthik Sharma coming up with a good amateur career and a decent start to his pro career. And of course, I'm sure he comes in here with a lot of hunger. I also heard that Karthik has actually gone around and spent, I think, his Saturday or his Sunday at an animal shelter. And he mentioned in his interview that experience really relaxed him and made him put things into perspective for this tournament. Also, we have Rashid Khan and Thangaraja in that second group for tomorrow. Even though Rashid and Thanga are 5 shots away from the leader, but I still think that they would be able to give it a good shot, and I wouldn't count any of these people out of this tournament yet. So I think both the leader groups tomorrow, the first leader group and the second leader group, both of them are going to be something to look out for. Chikka Rangappa, of course, one of the leading players, finished up today with 1 over par for the day. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu finished up with the best round so far, along with Viraj Madappa. Both of them shot a 6 under par for the day. Abhijit Singh Chadda also coming up with a -4 for the day, total of 5 under par. Really good quality golf here. A lot of reds on the top end of the leaderboard. Always a treat to watch so many underpars, so many good shots, and so many birdie putts falling in. It's an absolute treat to be able to watch this. And I'm sure all the kids who might be able to watch this today, one of the first time that a PGTI event is being aired live on television, there's a lot of learning. There's a lot of learning in all this for all of us, and for all the club golfers who are watching this, for all the novices who are watching this. Just look at this beautiful sport. The finesse of the players, of course, is one thing, but the beauty of where you are playing this and what challenges a golf course brings to you, what beauties it brings to you, it is just a sheer pleasure to be able to be a part of this game. Absolutely blessed.
Yeah, I think it's a very good story that you told us about Karthik, and I think it goes back to show that the altruistic nature of some of these players, and it's so important to give back and actually work with the community, and even like you said, he visited the animal shelter. I think there are a lot of players who actually do their own bit to give back. I know of a lot of players who actually support the younger caddies and do that. So I think That's another thing about golf, and that should actually be propagated, is that helping more people reach the game, helping them in need. I think especially during these hard times of COVID, the PGTI also did their share a bit, and so did the players in supporting caddies, the players and their families who couldn't earn a livelihood due to the tour being shut. So I think it's all coming together now, and we're just excited to be here, and we as commentators are blessed to be able to watch this. And I think everybody who's watching this on their TV can actually see that yes, this is a game that I want to take up. It's a multifaceted game, and the talent here in India, as you just see in the last 1 hour, some of the shots, whether it was Viraj or Rashid or some of the other players, Chikarangappa chipping in, these are the things that if you see them on TV on USPGA Tour, you'd be impressed. But I think you'd be hard pressed to find good talent which is which is there on the PGTI. I mean, it's we're blessed to find these kind of players here in India.
The way the PGTI has gone through the COVID period over the past 1.5 to 2 years, not enough tournaments, so many restrictions, a tough time for the players. But the PGTI has really kept everyone like a family. Come up with a nice calendar this year, and put up a good number of events. A lot of companies coming forward and being a part of this game. Being a part of this beautiful sport. Putting in everything to get this sport up and running. And it's been really, really tremendous for all of us to watch this beautiful site. The way the PGTI has kept each and every player as a part of the family. There are over 200 professional golfers that are associated with the body. And, for them to look out for the players in such a lovely, emotional fashion throughout this COVID time over 2 years has been absolutely phenomenal. Chikka Rangappa there playing his second shot on the par 5 18th, and seems like he's not very happy with what he did there. Like I said earlier, Chikka is emotive player, and you can definitely tell if he's happy or he's not happy with his round of golf. He definitely gives it out, and that's also that's lovely because he wears his emotions on his sleeve. He does show his emotions. It's great. It's great. You have to respect who you are, and you have to showcase that. There is no harm in doing so. It's Karthik Sharma, also one of the few players this week who's using the rangefinder. I've not seen many players use a rangefinder yet. Probably 10 to 20% of them are using rangefinders. It's also an extremely new rule for the PGTI to have allowed the rangefinders on the tour. But yes, an interesting new concept. Helps in reducing the time spent which a player might use to get the yardages out, but also a lot easier, a lot more accurate to get their numbers in. So yeah, Karthik there struggling to find the wind. He's standing under there, between the trees. It's very difficult to find out what the wind really is doing. The best information that I noticed comes in from the previous few holes you might have played, the direction that the wind was blowing in. The caddy also using some of his own knowledge from his experience, trying to get Karthik the best information possible for the kind of shot that he should be delivering over here. Looks like Karthik's also readying up to approach the green with the second shot, and he's not laying up. So let's have a look at what he does over there. What kind of a shot does he actually end up playing and pulling off? A lot of people on the tee box with our leader group, a bunch of them watching them play, hit mesmerizing golf shots, make those beautiful golf swings through and through these 18 holes. There we go. Karthik Sharma now ready. Veer Elawat has already teed off. I think he was laying up for his tee shot, we could tell. Got Karthik Sharma now ready to take it on. Oops. Backing off, a little unsure about the kind of shot he's wanting to play. And that's always a good thing for a better player to do. He's unsure at a course like Delhi Golf Club. You really want to be on point, be sure, confident about the kind of shots you're playing. You don't want to be really hitting a golf shot, making a golf swing half-heartedly. So yeah, that's a really, really important aspect for all of the good players out there. That I think is Karthik's ball about 25 odd feet away on the green. We have Chikka and Manu Gandas already walking up towards the green. Looks like Manu is going towards the favorite funnel area, and Chikka's got the front edge area where he's going to be chipping from. Lovely short games, I think, to be looked forward to, even for today as well as for tomorrow. Um,
Also, another thing for the viewers is that the PGTI actually has players from all parts of the country, and that's something where you can actually log on to their website and go to the player profiles and learn more about them and actually go support your players. So it's, you would have players from your regions, and that's something that you can actually start following as a fan and just, somebody who follows the game, and that's something added because there are many players and each field is very deep. You can actually interact with the players. There are many tournaments where if you are able to speak to the organization, you can actually play the pro-am, so that gives you an opportunity of playing alongside these players. In fact, many tournaments, you'll have players like Chika Rangappa and other top professionals actually holding clinics, and these are very educational and very informative. Now let's see a bunker shot. Now this is very tough for the amateur golfer and even the professional golfer, and let's see what he does now. That's a big splash, and yeah, that's a decent effort. That's a good effort. That's about 6 to 7 feet. So bunker shots are tough to actually control because you're not directly hitting the ball. You're hitting into the sand and just using the bounce of the club to get closer to the flag. He's obviously visibly not impressed with that effort, but yeah, that still has an opportunity to make birdie here.
Chikka, of course, is not going to be happy with today's round. He's at 1 over par for the day after 16 holes, and let's see what he finishes this at. I'm pretty sure he's going to give this a good attempt to, finish the round at even par for the day. A fun fact about Chikka, as you mentioned, that players are coming in from various parts of the country. A fun fact about Chikka that a lot of people might not know: he comes from a village very close to Bangalore called Biddi. It's very difficult for people to fathom that, players coming out of these different parts, parts that they haven't heard of also. While Chikka is a superstar, he comes from Biddi, this village on the Mysore road, which is just off Bangalore. And he has actually been a part of the Eagleton golf resort where he has played and picked up the game of golf. So it's an absolutely amazing story coming from a village far away from the city life where we would usually assume players to be coming out of. So these kind of things actually add up the flavor to the sport of golf. You don't need to be from one place or the other. You could be from anywhere. You could hail from any background, and all it takes is a lot of intent, a lot of interest, and a lot of work that goes in behind. And the game really, Manu Gandas there, on the 18th hole from the funnel, of course, unable to deliver the best shot that he would have liked to, leaves it just on the green, and a tough attempt at birdie from there. Nonetheless, he's been playing very, very well, and still at 7 under par for the tournament. Not having a great outing today, but he's settling for an even par for the day so far through the 16 holes that he's played.
Yes, I mean that. So this, I think, a shot like that would not have been seen previously prior to the redesign. It's making it so tough for the players because there's just very little margin for error, and he's disappointed, and visibly and rightly so, because that's a good 2 shots going in vain unless he makes that putt, which is a low probability of that. So yes, the course changing, I think it's also changed the complexion of the leaderboard. I think earlier with the previous greens, you'd have maybe somebody just run away with the tournament and score really low, but that's not happening now. So I think it makes for a more level playing field and definitely better viewing. Now we have Manu lining up his birdie putt. Apologies, that's Karthik lining up his birdie putt.
Lovely effort there by Karthik, who's just coming up, a few inches short of the hole. Little bit of a low read there. So You know, well, when I look at the sport of golf and the way this funnel has come in on the right side of the 18th now, you know, back in the day, Shaurya, the older design of the course, the right was actually the perfect bailout zone for every player, and I think that somewhere sticks up in the player's mind that the right is a safe option for the player to, you know, sort of hit their second shots too. That's a better place to have an up and down from. But this new layout definitely doesn't leave you any leeway from that right side. I think it's made that side even tougher than probably hitting an approach shot from the middle of the fairway from about 100 yards out. What do you think? I think it's far tougher from the right side than hitting a full wedge shot attacking the flag.
Yes, obviously the redesign was done by Gary Player, and I think he would know a thing or two about making it fair and tough, and that's what's happened. I mean, so it's not just playing into the hand of the long hitter. So you saw Viraj hit it close, and then that's like a definite birdie. But if you miss the green, it's not a given birdie. So even if you're 70 yards away and if you're able to place your shot, you have an equal chance. So that has actually made it interesting. And you know, we are covering a few holes, but and tomorrow we'll show the viewers a few more, and you will see that how accuracy is at a premium.
Absolutely. I think tomorrow lot many more things will come into the mix. A lot of nerves, a lot of accuracy. You know, all of those things are anyway in the mix. But added on with the accuracy, the good shot game will be a level-headed approach, a calm guy who will be able to keep propelling forward and not get let the nerves get affected by the magnitude of this tournament. You know, it's we are playing here the PGTI Tata Steel MP Cup, which is a very, very coveted tournament for the PGTI, held here at the Delhi Golf Club this week. So yes, you know, every player wants to get a win here, and there you go, Chikkarangappa closing in with a birdie and a lovely up and down to finish the day. Solid effort. Finishes the day now at even par and a total of -7. So that will also take him up to the tied 7th position. Coming into the final day with a total of 7 under par will be 6 shots off the pace. There we have our star-studded final group on the 18th green, 18th fairway. Now preparing for their second shots. That's N Thangaraja. That looks like a fairway wood he's pulled out, going for the green for his second shot on the 18th. Thanga, after his second shot, we're not sure where the ball's landed up, but knowing his prowess with his fairway woods, he would be pretty close to the green. Oh, it's not very happy. Let's break them all.
I think you got this. I think you got this one wrong, Rahul.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, every player has got few misses coming here and there, but yes, nonetheless, Thanga is a superb golfer, and in my opinion, with all the experience I've had playing with him, I think he's also got he's a very, very good human being, a lovely guy to hang around. He's always upbeat, always a happy person. An interesting story about Thangaraja that a lot of people might not know is Thanga is from Sri Lanka. He used to be a tailor back in the day, and he's been a professional golfer for the last over a decade, and has a very, very successful career. Now he plays golf full time across India. He plays the Sri Lankan tour, and he also plays tournaments on the Asian tour. So yeah, I mean, an absolute great things happen to great people, as they say, and I think that's what Thanga is an embodiment of.
I think so. It's fair to say that he's been able to tailor a great profession for himself, huh? And run himself into contention.
Looks like Veer has gone onto the right side of the 18th fairway with his tee shot. Referee there trying to help him find out the best possible drop or the kind of shot that he might want to play from there. Just making sure that everything is fine. You know, this is what Delhi Golf Club does to you. You might make a really good swing out there, but your ball might get into the rough, and even just inside the rough at Delhi Golf Club could leave you with not even having a chip out. You know, a small miss of let's say 2-3 degrees on the club face could lead you far inside the rough, and with a difficult chance to come back outside. What appears there is that his caddy is giving him a wood to take a penalty drop, to come out of maybe what a bush is what he might be stuck inside.
Rahul, can you explain to our viewers the concept of a penalty drop? I think that would help them.
So the penalty drop is actually taken in various different places. At Delhi Golf Club, what we are viewing right now is a ball that with which Veer Alawat might have hit into the right rough. From there, if the ball is unplayable, the player has got no backswing to be able to hit the ball. The player can actually opt out to take a penalty drop, which will be 2 club lengths from where the ball originally lies. He has to drop the ball within those 2 club lengths, and then he should be able to get a swing to be able to chip out or to hit his third shot. The penalty drop is basically calling yourself and calling your ball an unplayable ball at this stage for Veer Alawat, and giving himself a chance to be able to hit the third out of there, because maybe the bush didn't allow him enough room to be able to play his shot from that location.
We're actually joined by Chika Rangappa here in the scoring booth, and Chika, that was a great putt on the 18th. Your bunker shot left you a little to be desired, but tell us a little bit about that putt and about your round. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I think definitely the bunker shot was not that good. I mean, there's a lot of sand in the bunker, so I've been actually struggling to figure out, but hit it to like good 10 feet and made that putt. It was a lot of grain on the green on the last hole. Managed to get a good line and I made the putt. Overall, I think the day was tough for me. I went on making 10 pars in the last 10 holes. I mean, it's just been not a great day, but definitely, I think, 7 or 8 behind, but tomorrow I'm going to go full out.
How is the golf course playing so tough? Like previously, I would think putting was easier, but we're seeing that low scores are tough to find, and we're seeing that the scoring is more competitive. Is it the wind? Is it the greens? Because we are thinking that the putting is tough. We're able to see it here that players are actually missing putts that they would normally make. So what, according to you, after the change, is making the golf course so much more tougher?
Definitely the greens. The greens have definitely made it into a modern day golf now. Earlier, Delhi Golf Club used to be just off the tee, but now it's purely on ball striking guy, where you have to make sure your iron play is really, really strong on the second shot, because you really got to place the ball at the right spot. And there are a lot of slopes which probably is not visible, and the greens are obviously grainy, so it's not easy to make putts. Definitely reading greens is on a tougher part because the greens are still fresh. They're not as old as what they used to be. But other than that, definitely the golf course, putting in some new bunkers and taking out some new bunkers out there, probably has opened up some of the tee shots and tightened the second shots into the green, definitely.
So, Chika, I'm hoping that you can fire up all 4 cylinders tomorrow and get up out on Cullen and maybe, fire it up starting the first 5-6 holes itself. Yeah, all the best. Go out there and have tons of fun out there.
We wish you luck, Chika, and if you would like to say hi to our viewers, and we'll all be following you tomorrow.
Definitely. Thank you everyone for watching. Definitely there's some good golf has been played by everyone, and especially thanks to MP Cup, where they have probably the first PGTI live telecast. Really appreciate how they've been supporting us, promoting golf in India, especially PGTI. And that's really amazing. It's a great booster for us to sort of be more motivated and probably work harder and produce more juniors, probably inspire more kids off the golf course, on the golf course as well. Cheers.
Thanks for joining us, and we wish you luck tomorrow.
Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Now we are live again on the final hole.
That's our leader there, Cullen Joshi, playing his second shot onto the 18th hole. Cullen is already leading the pack at 13 under par. And Veer Lawat, it looks like he's come out in 3 shots, just short of the green. Of course, Thangaraja bailed out a little bit into the funnel, but knowing him, he's going to give it a good attempt on this chip shot.
This is going to be an exciting, interesting view for our viewers again, because I think we have seen almost everybody here. Oh, barring Viraj, nobody has been on the green in 2. So let's see how he navigates this shot. He's done exceedingly well. I think he's almost hold it. Yeah, so that's a confirmed birdie. So he's done well. Full marks to him.
Amazing, right? Like we've seen various different players in the same spot, each one of them playing their own way of hitting the same shot. Someone pops it up and drops it close to the hole. Someone drops it, near the fringe and lets it release up to the hole. Someone hits a normal pitch shot. It's just amazing. It can be the same spot and everyone hits a different kind of a shot. Thanga's done a beautiful job there. He's always been known for the touch around his greens. In fact, he's an all-round player, but yes, his touch around the greens is of course something that sets him apart. Veer Lawat there, hitting his.
Oh, that's in.
What a lovely attempt by Veer Lawat from Gurgaon.
Really bringing it in home. I think the players who are really attacking the last few holes, they'll be pretty happy. They're getting themselves in a good position now. With that birdie, Veer would be one of the contenders now. He's not had a great day so far, but at least he'll finish the day at 5 under par. So I think he has his work cut out. 8 shots behind, but it's not really over till it's over. So I think it's doable for him with his length and prowess of the tee. So here we have Cullen, and another story back in the day when one of the Indian Opens I was paired with him. I think he was just an amateur. What I really liked was his controlled aggression on the golf course. He was able to see when to go for it and when to sort of hold back, and that actually does help you, because a lot of the longer hitters have to manage their game and sort of throttle back when it's required. And I think he has that control and sense of what is the right time and what is the right strategy at that point in time.
As we were speaking about the players and caddy relationships, Cullen has had the same caddy on his bag since the time he's turned pro, and in fact, even before that. The great team, it takes time to build it, and it also takes good relationship building skills to keep it. So Cullen and his caddy have been together for many years now. Cullen there, taking his 3rd shot, our leader at the MP Open. Pops it up pretty close. I'm sure he's not very happy with that shot, but that's about 4 feet away from the flag for birdie. Gives him a chance to increase his lead for him to come in tomorrow. He's right now got a 1-shot lead, and once he sinks that, he'll have a 2-shot impetus coming into the final round.
Do you think that could be, do you think this putt could be a defining putt for him? Because if he's able to get this, the psychological advantage of having 2 shots over his closest competitor and 4 over Angad, I think that cushion is required, because he's had a good day, but Viraj is very close to usurping him with that great round. So I think this part is quite important for him.
Thanga just tapping out for his birdie on the final hole to be able to finish at a total of 9 under par. Thanga, of course, he's a much more solid player. He's just, he hit a couple of tee shots which didn't look so good. They were a little wayward, but he's managed to close out the day and keep himself in play. With a total of 9 under par and being 4 shots within the lead, I think he has a really good chance coming in tomorrow, as long as he can catch a little bit more pace on his game. Cullen again doing the similar thing what Syed Saqib Ahmed did some time back, feeling the ground with his feet to understand where the slope is really going to take the ball. And yes, like Shaurya mentioned, it plays a huge part to be able to convert this part, gives the player a little bit more boost. And it's always good to be closing the day with confidence, with a birdie in the bag. And par fives is what, pro golfers are always thinking that they have to convert par fives. And so that is something that is almost a non-negotiable, no matter how long the par 5 really is, no matter how tough it really is. There we have Cullen now, lining up and ready to go. Our leader now stands at 14 under par at the Delhi Golf Club, playing the Tata Steel PGTI MP Cup 2021.
I think that is going to be it from us. It's been an exciting day's golf, and you've seen that there are players have done so well, and we also had the opportunity to speak with one of the players, Chika Rangappa, and he also gave us the perspective into what we thought was really the challenge here. The greens are providing a tough challenge for the players to navigate, but I think it's going to be a very interesting day's golf tomorrow, and our viewers should definitely join us. And it's been a pleasure to be with you all, and thank you, Rahul, for being the co-host today. And tomorrow we will be back again, and we hope to see you again at the Tata Steel PGTI MP Cup 2021, presented by Delhi Golf Club, supported by Just in Time Sports Foundation. So we'll leave you here, and the program will continue. Please have a look at the highlights and the flashback read. All right, thank you so much.